Welcome everybody to today's stream. Good morning to you, or wherever you are. Welcome. Let me set up everything. Looks good. And how is everybody? How is your feeling about the next upcoming update? I'm excited for it. I'm so excited for it. There we go. Welcome everybody. Welcome. And yeah, it just looks like the next update. I'm excited for it because I'm a veteran, but I think that a lot of new players might also be really excited about the raids and the stuff that is happening with hopefully fashion templates will be exciting. We have to see about that. We get a new legendary. We get the quick play. There is a lot of stuff happening and I'm just excited for it. But I mean, we will talk about this probably over the course of the whole stream because we get a blog post this week. We got this, I made a video about it. But yesterday we also got a developer live stream about the blog post and they went into way more detail there, showed off, I would say, everything. I might be wrong, but I think they showed off everything. So that is very interesting. And we will summarize that here live on stream and we will talk about it in very much detail. So let me know your opinion on that. Of course, give me feedback, whatever you like. And if you have any questions regarding the blog post, developer live stream, of course, but also everything else in the game, I'm very glad to answer if I can, of course. So we will have to see. And we also got a small balance patch. Yes, I was surprised as well. On the 22nd of January, we got a small balance patch regarding PvP balance just before the monthly AT today. So that is exciting. And I'm already playing one of the classes that is a bit nerfed, being Evoker. And I mean, it had it coming, to be honest. So it's a really good one. But the other one that was also nerfed is Troubadour in PvP, as well as Antiquary. Those three classes got I would say a significant nerf, yeah. So we will see how much that is actually affecting the meta and how much changes there. It's a very good target here, I have to be honest. But as usual, if you have any questions, any comments, just ask. Doesn't matter, I will try to answer. So that's a kill here probably. Oh my god, this damage of luminary damage is still insane. It's absurd how much damage it can push out with 2 or 3 attacks. If you combo it well, it's crazy. It's really annoying if you play a class that is squishy like I am right now. They got the rest, that's a little bit sad. No, they didn't, okay. I think we get the kill here. We should get this kill maybe first. The other guy is disengaging. No, we got the kill here as well. Looks good. Welcome everybody, good morning. Hope you had a nice week so far. And yeah, let's have some fun in Guild Wars together. I mean, it's still World vs. World Rush. We will go into World vs. World in half an hour or so as well. So just grinding the World vs. World ranks for me. If you want to get Gift of Battle, it's probably the best time of the year to do so. Does he have Cliff? The fear. That was a lot of damage. We still do a lot of damage. So Evoker, yeah, it's a bit nerfed in the damage, but it's still a lot of damage. I want to raid Guild for a new player, but I seriously struggled from the toxic community. Oh, that's sad to hear. I wouldn't say it's you probably just encountered some bad apples. I would really be surprised if the general community is not welcoming to new players. I at least, I'm a veteran and I try to be very welcoming when it comes to new players and answer questions and stuff. I know not everybody wants to answer questions all the time, but I think if you just write in the chat when you join a guild, raid run or something that you're new, then that's, oh my god, the damage. That's also a lot of times not an issue. Of course, don't join groups that are specifically looking for experienced people. That is not always a good thing because obviously you are not experienced if you're new. But I think personally that is oh my god, the damage. Everyone is here. But personally, I think the community, there are some bad apples, sure. But I think a lot of the community is actually quite new player friendly. If you just be asking for help and not go into groups that you're not supposed to be in. I think that is, oh my god. When the thief comes here? No. Maybe we get a counter kill here? No chance. Yeah, I think the problem with the KP and the low and like legendary insight requirements, that is a lot of times it's just stupid. So a new player should, if it's an easy boss, you know, I often do easy bosses and I don't care about it. Okay? Yeah. If I go for hard bosses, sure, then it's fine if you want to ask for people that are experienced. But for easy bosses, oftentimes it's just like you can clear it with anybody. And I feel like if they are asking for crazy high KP for that, that's a bit annoying. But in general, I think it's like for a new player, the best chance to get into raids, like if you really want to get into raids fast, is just going for any like raid training Discord. Yeah, that is the by far best chance, because it will allow you to just get a nice training environment. Everybody is friendly, everybody helps you out, they explain everything, and then if you get a few kills under your belt, you will have enough KP to go into some groups. That is typically what I would recommend to a new player. Yes, you can also go for training groups, but those are, I would say, always hit or miss. Yeah, that's my tip there. Do you recommend any guilds for me? So if you are specifically referring to raids, I would say guilds are nice and all, but I think it's way more important that you have a Discord server where you can ask for help and stuff like that. So either go join my Discord, there's always a friendly face to ask. Oh my god. Maybe we can get the kill here. Yeah, that was a nice elite skill. That was good. No, they get the cliff maybe. No, we get the interrupt. Very good. Yeah, but I personally would say it's like joining a Discord is more important than joining a guild. Of course, there are raid guilds and stuff like that, but a lot of times it's better to join like a Discord server that actually has raid trainings, like Raid Training Initiative. This is a really good server. And you can also join the Crossroads in. They even have it on NA and EU as far as I know. So you can just join those and you will have a way better time of like understanding and getting the encounter down correctly. Because then you can go into the LFG and stuff like that. If you're looking for a general guild, I mean, you always find guilds in the guild advertisement or in the maps chat and stuff like that. Welcome, Blacksword. Welcome. The World vs. World reward check video, I will try to keep it as like, I will try to be as fast as possible, but I don't have a release date yet. I'm sorry, I don't know when yet. Yeah, I have an older one that you can check out. It's still up to date in terms of like how much gold you can get and stuff like that. What's the best way of getting gold in World vs. World? But I will have an updated version which is even better somewhat soon. I don't know exactly when. Sorry. Yeah. Nice, you cleared Wing 4 and CM. That's perfect. That's what we want to hear. More players going for more challenge modes and just more raids, because we need more players. That's the most important part. Oh my god, there are 5 people here. Or what? It's crazy. I guess I will go for the decap then. Exactly. The Discords, if you're already in the Discords, I think that's all you need to get started into raids and get better at it, personally. I think that's just extremely helpful. Oh, nice. We have another. Let's see. Does this guy engage in 3, 2, 1? No. Okay. We should get the kill here. Yep. There we go. What is the top solo World vs. World roaming spec with the mobility after the latest balance patch? I personally would say, if you want to have really high mobility, Thief is probably your best bet still. Like, Daredevil is probably my favorite choice, Sword Dagger Daredevil or something, if you want to have the craziest amount of mobility. What I currently like to run a lot is actually, how is it called? Evoker. Yeah, Fresh Air Evoker. Pretty much the same build that I'm running here in PvP right now. That is an extremely strong build in roaming as well. I might even play it later as well on stream. I think that is very underrated. It didn't get nerfed, it just got nerfed in PvP. So that is still one of the best builds to play right now in roaming, in my opinion, because it is very mobile, because you can kite with your super speed uptime. You have like 3-second super speed when you swap to air, which you do like consistently. So it's a really good build, in my opinion. Really underrated, really fun. It's fast paced. It's not the easiest build, but I think that is classic for Elementalist in competitive modes, I would say. Oh my god. I tried to raid training Discords, but they seem like there's such a barrier of entry to even do that. Really? I mean, typically you would just start with easy bosses and get some so to say experience, and then they let you into higher difficulty bosses as well. At least for me that worked. I mean, obviously I did not do that in the last couple of months because I already have the experience, but I started there. I got in there just by playing more with my, so to say, other trainees in the Discord. It's not good. It's not good. Oh, another one there. Okay, I'm so dead, I think. Not gonna work. Not gonna work. I might have been in the wrong ones, but there's all sorts of linking. Yeah, I think like the problem is the community in Guild Wars 2, you know, you have to understand, is like split. You have the player base that is either very like long-term players or you have rather new players. And a lot of times the new players are looking for help, but the veterans are not always willing to help. And I think that's completely understandable. You don't want to always be the guy that teaches everything and you take like 5 times the time that you normally need to clear something. I think that's understandable. I do that. I like to help people, but not everybody has the time to do so. So I personally think it is completely fine if you have groups that want to only play with veterans. The problem is if then new players see the LFG and everything is only veterans and no one wants to train with them, that is a problem. So I definitely understand what you're saying there. I think it's hard to fix. I don't know. I'm trying my best. I'm trying to help players. Oh my god, my team is like nowhere and on the map, I have to be honest. I have to kite this, I guess. Can get some damage down. Without watching it, I'm definitely hyped for the quick play rates. The game was never played in 10 years. Yeah, I think, to be honest, if you never played raids, now with the quick play raids and just the general like reward updates to raids, I'm so excited for it, and I think it's looking extremely promising. Of course, we have to see how the community likes it, but I personally think it's like extremely promising. And we have, does this guy get the rest? Please don't tell me. Yeah, there we go. But I think like it depends a bit how they continue with it in the future, because of course it's nice to start with it, but I think it would be even better if they would just continuously update it and not like always just do it once and that's it. I think they should just continuously update it, and I hope that's the case with this raid quick play or just in general raids with the features and stuff. That would be awesome. I'm not sure if we will ever get another raid wing, but we will definitely, hopefully, as far what we heard here, if we have positive feedback to the developers about the raid quick play, I think they will update the raid quick play in terms of like how many things are in there and maybe even the rewards. Nice, we got a kill here, very good. You have to get this Reaper. This is really annoying, the Reaper here. I should get the kill now. Come on. What is my teammate doing? I'm killing this guy almost alone. My teammate is not doing anything. I mean, this is sadly lost anyway, but I tried my best. I tried my best. Yeah, 33% damage. That's not gonna work. Yeah, I'm hyped. I'm hyped for the raid update. It looks awesome. It looks extremely fun. I think it has like so much potential. It has so many cool things in there that is for veterans, new players. It's just overall really, really solid, I would say. And that's not the only thing coming with the February update. So I'm looking forward to that. You know, we get definitely the, how is it called? Fashion templates as well. We get a new raid boss that we have not seen the mechanics of yet. Yeah, it's just like looking very promising, very, very promising. Will the raid quick play be an easy mode, or is it actual raid as it was before? So it will be an easy mode. So the raid quick play feature is something that will exclusively use the same like scenery, the same setting, the same bosses and stuff, but you get a buff that makes it so that it's probably unfailable. Of course, that's a big word. I think it might still be possible to fail, but I think 99% of the groups will clear the boss fights, because the buff just gives you lifesteal. It gives you more damage. It gives you damage reduction if you get low. You are not forced to have a healer in the group anymore. You can just play as full DPS, quick DPS, whatever you like, and you will clear the boss. That is the idea of quick play, so that you get your, so to say, feet wet, get into raids, and see how it works, see the mechanics, the boss fights, and if you like it, you can go for normal mode, which is more challenging than the easy mode, makes sense. But if you don't like it and you still want to get the legendary armor, it takes way longer to get this way, but you can play only quick play if you wanted to. And I think that is a good middle ground, because you see that 90% of the player base have never touched raids, and making it easier for them to actually get their feet wet is definitely, I would say, a step in the right direction, 100%. So the current strike missions will be, some of them will be in the raid quick play, not all of them. There are, I think, 8 in there in the beginning. Yeah. Welcome, welcome. I started Guild Wars 2 after playing Lord of the Rings online for 15 years and racing there in top level progress skills. I really started to love Guild Wars, but I'm still a little bit lost. I started to collect first ascended equipment parts. Could you give me a small mini roadmap for new players who target group PvE content like raids in Guild Wars 2? Sure. So if you want to have a concise like video about it and like really concise steps and stuff, and not me rambling here, then check out my website. I have guides for how to get ascended gear, how to continue after level 80. So I have that on my website, !website in the Twitch chat. Or I can also answer here, of course, but like I said, I might forget something. I just think up on top of my head and don't have a, so to say, bullet point list or something what you should do. But best part, if you already have some ascended pieces, try to go for more ascended pieces. Yeah, getting ascended pieces is always helping you because that's the best in slot gear. And if you have a build that you like, for example, I don't know, you play Ranger and you want to just play one build, you play DPS, Soul Beast or whatever, then go for Berserker gear or go for Viper gear, whatever you are going for. Check out the builds guides on my channel or on Snowcross or something and stick with this build that you enjoy and try to get the best in slot gear in full ascended. Of course, try to level your masteries if you want to do that. So go for example, for Courtier Pack Commander Mastery, so that you get auto loot, stuff like that after reaching level 80 is awesome. We probably already have that, but if you don't, that's really good. Then maybe unlocking a Sky Scale is good because it's just a really, really good mount. Yeah, so you can fly here. That's just really good. And other than that, I would say try to improve at the rotation and then slowly get into raids that you want to do. Because in Guild Wars 2, it's not really about having the best gear. You can even clear raids with green gear. It's really just getting in, trying to understand the mechanics, trying to understand your class and getting better at it. That's how it works. Of course, if you want to have a middle step there, you can also go for fractals. I think that's awesome as well because they give good gold. So just getting some gold income is always good, I would say. And you have a chance of getting ascended gear there as well as lucky drops. So I think that is my preferred way of recommending it to new players that want to get into raids, yeah. Welcome, Patricia, welcome, welcome. I have a question. Is personal instance linked to a character or to the account? So your personal instance is linked to your account and your character. It's a little bit of a weird system. So if you have a home instance and you have your, where is it here? Your homestead. The homestead that I can summon here and go in with the Conjured Doorway, this is completely account-wide. There is nothing there that is character-bound. Everything is account-wide. The home instance, which is an old system that you might not even know about anymore, this is something that was introduced with the core game almost, yeah. And there is some stuff that is character-bound because you have, for example, the location of the home instance is character-bound, but the items in there are account-bound as well. A little bit weird, but in general, most of it is account-bound, yes. Yeah, always happy to help, always happy to help. So let's do some strike missions. Let's see what we can do before they remove our dear strike missions. That's one of the saddest parts about the update for me is they remove our strike mission daily. Yeah, so I cannot farm Iceblood Saga 5 strike missions every day anymore as far as I understand it. I don't get that many rewards anymore. That's a little bit sad, I have to be honest. That's a little bit sad, but I mean, at least we get raids and we get daily raids and stuff like that. We will cover it later. I will talk about everything in the dev stream and give you my opinion, yeah. I know that some builds recommended running a few different pieces, for example, a few dragon pieces in a Berserker set. How important is that DPS-wise? I would say if you have full Berserker already, or if you don't want to go for full dragons, or like the mix that is mentioned there, I think that's completely fine. It depends a bit on the build. Typically, it's a DPS loss of like below 5%, so it's not noticeable at all in most situations. If you want to min-max, of course, going for exactly this setup is always the best, because min-maxing leads to you having the best starting position for your rotation to be the only thing that matters. As soon as you have worse gear, like having full exotic only instead of full ascended, your damage will be lower. So even if you do the perfect rotation, you will not get to the highest benchmark, of course. So I personally would say, don't worry too much if you're a beginner and don't have the rotation perfectly down. Yet you can go full berserker and don't care about dragon pieces in there, for example. But if you are a bit more advanced and already know the rotation somewhat good, like somewhat well, and understand how it works, then I personally would say at some point you should try to achieve the perfect stats as well, because like I said, they will increase your DPS without you having to improve. So yes, I would say from most players it's not that important, but personally I would say it should be on your to-do list at some point. Yeah. How do we access the raids? So in raids, we don't have the quick play out yet. I have to say that it's not out yet. Raids and the raid update, quick play and all that stuff, it's not completely out, or it's not out yet. But accessing raids, typically you go into your Lion's Arch airdrome. I can showcase this, which is an area in Lion's Arch. Here, this one, Lion's Arch airdrome. You go there and then you can either open your squad yourself if you have a commander tag and walk into, for example, your, where is it here, one of those doors. That will change a bit after the update. We will cover that in a later section here. But in general, you just walk in there and then you can open, for example, here Mythrite Gambit. And you can also, if you don't want to be the commander, can just check for current squads that are up, join the squad, and they will be leading you in as well. You just get a pop-up while you are in the squad as well. So that's how it works. Yeah, always trying to help, always trying to help. Yes, the quick play access will be, you can be anywhere. That's one of the beauties of the new system. We get a new raid UI and you can just be anywhere. Just one person has to open the instance and everybody can join from across, so to say, Tyria. It's extremely good. Is Dual Pistol Thief good for raiding? I would say as a DPS build to start out with, yes. I would actually say so. If you are like a veteran that knows every raid mechanic already, then probably Dual Pistol Thief is not necessarily the best. But if you are like a new player, oh yes, it is really good. It really is a good starting point because it's easy. You can focus on the mechanics and don't have to care that much about anything else. Yeah, so that is something that I would highly recommend, starting with an easy build. What is this? What am I looking here in quick DPS? 1 second. Yeah. You think they should do a raid rush? Yes, I think so. I really think so. I think raid rush is something that would be awesome, especially with the quick play coming up. I think they didn't do it, but that would be really cool. I hope they do something like that in the future. I really hope so, yeah. Is 41k out of 46k benchmark on the Gauntlet good? Yes, that is good. That is good. Like over 80% benchmarks, I'm already like happy. Yeah, I think that is good enough. Of course, going for over 95% is even better, but you don't need to. Yeah, you really don't need to. I personally think if you can get to this number already, I think you're already in a really good spot. Yeah, of course you can grind it a bit harder, but you don't need to. You don't need to. I think I'm DPS. I'm not sure. I didn't get an answer from the commander yet. Will Guild Wars 2 have Holy Trinity system someday? I don't think so. I don't think so. That's not really the case. If you're playing Guild Wars 2 for the first time, it's not having Holy Trinity. You have a healer, you have DPS, and you have a sub, so to say, DPS hybrid support. But you don't have a tank in that regard, because typically the healers, if there is a tank for a specific boss fight, the healers will take care of this mechanic. That's just how it is. Doesn't mean it's bad or it's just different. That's what it is. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. For vanilla, it was completely different. There is a different kind of trinity. Like I said, we have the DPS, we have the offensive supports, and we have the defensive supports. So that's the trinity of Guild Wars 2 in PvE. But we don't have tanks, and a lot of times you don't even need a defensive supporter. So you can even play with like not a defensive supporter in your party. You don't need it all the time. So Guild Wars 2 doesn't force you to have a healer. You can make your squads and your party composition like you see fit. That can be good for veterans. That can be a bit confusing for new players. That's just how it is. Yeah. I'm a returning player. Have played Guild Wars 2 back in 2016, mostly PvP and World vs. World. Now I'm completely overwhelmed. Played Warrior back in the days. Which expansion do I need? So what do you need is a bit hard to answer, because you can play the game as a core game. You don't need to play anything else. Of course, you have a better experience if you have the newest expansions and stuff, and all of them, I guess, because then you will have access to everything. Personally, I think it's not necessary. I would say if you enjoy the game, start with like the lowest bundle, the lowest price bundle, so Heart of Thorns and Path of Fire to get some elites back, get some stuff going. And then if you like the game, you can still invest some more money later. I would say that's my preferred way of recommending it, because I think it's really important to understand the game is huge and you will get a lot of value for playing with like a couple of expansions only, because there's so much stuff to explore anyway. So I personally would say just try to have fun, and as soon as you run out of content to do, you can purchase another expansion, or if you have the money already, you can also use it directly. That's my tip. Yeah. Welcome, Snow. Welcome. I would say the population of Guild Wars 2 is actually in the last few months has increased. So the population in Guild Wars 2 right now is, in my opinion, higher than it has been in the last 5 years. So Guild Wars 2's population, because of the influx of new world players, we have influx of, I would say, like World of Warcraft players that just don't have that much stuff to do anymore. Yeah, that's definitely, I would say, noticeable. We have an influx of new players. We have an influx of returning players, and the player base is bigger than like in the last 5 years. Even ArenaNet said that, and I think as far as I know, Guild Wars 2 is right now in the top 5 of the active players in the MMO genre, that is. So if you want to start Guild Wars 2, come back to it. I think right now it's booming, so to say. It's a good time to come back. Yeah, always happy to help. What about the complete saga from the start? Way better deal? Yes, if you have the money for the complete saga, is the best deal. Sure, I have a full video about it on my YouTube channel, like a, so to say, tier list guide about what you should purchase if you are a specific type of player, going through every expansion and everything, so you can check that one out. It's on my website again. It's also linked there under the tier list section, !website in the Twitch chat. If you're on YouTube, you can also just check out the description of the stream right now, and then you will have everything in one place, and you can find the tier list, like I mentioned, for the DLCs, expansions, which one you should get as a new player first and stuff like that. There, everything is in one place. Exactly, that's the command. Regarding my question I had before, at the moment I play Luminary, and I really want to play healer, defensive support, since that was my main role. I read once that I still target DPS equipment first, since this is an open world more important. Yes, for open world, DPS is like way more important, because in open world you have to understand that most of the times you don't even need a healer. So it's like, if you go for healing gear first, you will have the problem that in open world you will not be able to do anything alone because you're a healer. Yeah, so a healer doesn't do any damage. That's the big problem here. If you want to like get into raids at a later point as a healer, get the Berserker gear or something like that first, and then go from there and get your healing gear after that. That's a very good point. But if you want to get into raiding and fractals instantly and don't care about open world at all, then it might be okay to go for healing as well directly. But like I said, in open world, healing is a little bit not useless. There are some points where it's okay, but in most cases it's not necessary, meaning that you will just need allies all the time to be able to do anything. And that's not always a good thing, because sometimes in Guild Wars 2 you want to do something alone as well. Yeah. Exactly. If you do a bounty, for example, like Snow mentions, that is able to be done alone, sure. But as soon as you do it, oftentimes there are just random people join you and help you out. And then it's like, it's better to have like the ability to do some damage yourself, because then you don't need to be healing and stuff like that. And it's just faster. Given the influx, could you do a series of easy to follow build guides? There are so many builds, it's pretty hard to navigate. Boiling it down to a few low effort ones for a few classes might be good. So I have a lot of build guides on my channel, but I try to sort them in a way, especially like I said already on my website. I have like tags for everything. You find them very easy there, and everything is ad free. So you should find with the filters there and everything, the ads, how's it called? The video topics that you're looking for, perfectly fine. But I agree, I think for new player it can be confusing, but it's really hard to boil it down to a couple of builds, because it always depends on your playstyle, you know? Some players love to play Mechanist. Some players hate to play Engineer. So what build should I recommend to them? So there are so many different ways to play the game. I just try to make build guides so that you find something that is useful for you personally. But everyone is a little bit different. So yeah, I try to make build guides for every type of player. Some of them are relevant for you, some of them are not. That's why I have the tagging system on my website to find the build that you specifically are looking for. Yeah. No, I forgot my... Oh, we have no stability. We have no stability. That's painful. Why do we not have stability? So sad. Yeah, you will get the raid legendary armor if you grind every single thing after the patch drops. Every single raid reward that you can get per week, you can get the raid legendary armor set in 2 weeks. I think it's like 2 weeks at the maximum. Yeah, so it's quite impressive how fast it will be. But don't forget, you have to grind quite a lot in those 2 weeks, and that means that you do every single boss. And for a new player that doesn't have a raid legendary armor, I think it's not as likely that you are able to clear every single boss. But that's the fastest way to get a legendary armor now. Interesting, yeah. So I probably start as a DPS luminary in group content and switch to healer. Exactly, that's my tip. You start as a DPS luminary, have full berserker gear, for example. It's completely fine to have exotic berserker gear, and then invest your gear directly into, so as your first ascended gear, you can invest into a healer gear, and you can have one equipment template set up as the healer one and the other one as a DPS one. And you can use the DPS one in open world as an exotic build and be completely fine with it. Or you can then swap into fractals and raids the healer gear as ascended gear. That's what I would personally do, what I did on my second account during my Zero to Hero challenge. That's exactly what I did there. And I think that's probably what you would do as well if you want to have the best time, so to say, value for your interest if you don't want to play DPS ultimately, I would say, yeah. But everyone is different, you know, maybe you even enjoy DPS playing more than healer, then of course stick with berserker gear and go for full ascended gear as well. Oh my, the rotation is so scuffed, it's so sad. I always assumed the achievements are the hard part for the legendary armor, not the LI. I think it depends a bit on the type of player you are. You know, some players just want to do all the achievements in one go and then forget about it. Then it's very easy for them now because they get almost everything in 2 weeks. They just can grind like really hard in those 2 weeks and then they're done. But some players just want to kill the bosses. I am one of them. I don't really care about going for achievements and collections and stuff. And for me, the achievements are way more annoying to get. Because a lot of times you have to do some specific mechanics that you normally wouldn't do. And that's obviously then something that is a bit like annoying to deal with. So I am with you there. I think for me, the LI was never the problem to get the legendary raid stuff. It was always the achievements to get there as well, because the LI I just get in the end anyway. But I think not everybody is like that. Some people like to go for achievements and don't want to grind bosses for... Now it's like more like 6 weeks. After the patch, it's like way faster with 2 weeks. Yeah. Can you get legendary armor just from quick play? Yes, you can. You can get legendary... No, that's not true. You can get all the legendary insights. That is possible. You can get all the legendary insights from quick play. But what you cannot get is the achievements for some of them. For example, you need to get, I don't know, Cairn green mechanic correct. And that's not possible in quick play at this point. So you can get all the legendary insights, but after that you still have to clear all the raid bosses that are necessary. I think it's like all of them from wing 1 to 4 to get the legendary armor. So that means that in the end, you will be able to have like, I guess like 12 bosses, something in this direction that you have to do. 12 bosses, maybe a bit more. And other than that, you can just do quick play raids. That's it. So I would say it's easier than ever after quick play drops, but it's not possible only with quick play as far as the next patch goes. I wish they allowed legacy players who have unlocked or were at a point in time to finish the older PvE achievements for titles. Yeah, that is interesting that they don't do stuff like that. Maybe that's technical difficulties or something, or maybe that's just something that they don't want. But I would be interested in this as well. I would be interested in this as well. I don't get why they are making legendary gear so fast to get. In my opinion, raids and strikes don't seem like majority of players. Hope they will also spend some time on SPVP and World vs. World. We really need some love in PvP game modes. Yeah, I think it's interesting to me that they make legendaries nowadays quite easy to get. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, it's just interesting to me because like that means that the longevity of a lot of players might go down, you know? If you have players that have to play the game modes for the next, I don't know, 10 weeks, then they will hopefully stay for 10 weeks. But a lot of players leave after they got their first legendary equipment. So maybe that will happen after the raid stuff is out as well. Who knows? But I'm a bit with you there. I think it would be better to have raid quick play and like have some love for PvP and World vs. World and make it also longevity-wise interesting so that it stays around for longer and players have a goal to engage with the legendary stuff for longer than just 2 weeks. I know 2 weeks is rather unrealistic for a new player, but it's possible. So yeah, that's how it goes. I mean, it's always the problem between what is like good to make players engaging with your game. Is it good to have players engaging with your game because they have a time gate, or do you want to have the players engage because they actually enjoy the game? Yeah, I think you have to find a middle ground there. Are the farmers stuck on the first part of the achievement, even though I have 1,200 fractal pages? Yeah, I'm not saying the achievements are hard, it's just more, you have to, if you just like to play fractals, raids or something, then it's more of something that is not on your normal to-do list, and that's what is annoying. I'm with you there, for sure. Yeah, that is true, that is true. They did that, Absolute Paradox. They did that, and hopefully they do more stuff like that, yeah. I got like an 800 gold item drop. I can't sell it because I don't have 150 gold to list it. Is there a way to sell it? You can go to direct player trading. So for example, Overflow Trading Post Discord, which is a Discord server that gives you access to other players looking for specific items. You might get the 800 gold item looked for after as well. And you can then just direct player trade. And that will not give you any cost, so to say, upfront. Other than that, if you think that is like too unsure because they might scam you, that could happen, it's not likely, but it can happen, then you have to get the gold and sell it on a trading post. That's the only 2 ways, to be honest, that you can do it. Yeah. Welcome, Susano, welcome. APEC changes they will do? What exactly do you mean? I have it. So, you mean the blog post or the raid changes? Give me a second. I can send the link. Yes. Where is it? So we have a blog post. I will send you the blog post link and to the elite spec changes. So the elite spec changes are already out. So the elite spec changes, there is nothing crazy there. It's just PvP changes. The elite spec changes are just PvP, nothing else. And it's just Evoker getting a damage nerf and some sustain nerf. And Antiquary getting a big sustain nerf. And Troubadour getting a big damage nerf as well. Those are the only changes that are to elite specs right now. So don't worry if you don't play PvP, nothing changes for you. And even if you play PvP, it's rather minor. It's not something that will completely affect most players. There are still good builds after the patch. They are just a little bit less broken. Yeah. And it's on the forums, the release notes. It's like I said, it's like 10 lines of text or something. Yes, I have a video talking about the raid update. I have it on my YouTube channel. I released it on Thursday, I think. So you can check that one out. But like I said, we will talk later. We even have a special guest today on stream later in a couple of minutes. And we will talk about all the things that were announced in the blog post. We will cover every single thing that was talked about in the dev stream. And we will also share our opinion on that and what they should improve and stuff like that. So it will be quite interesting. So just stick around in the stream. We will cover all of that in like a little bit. Yeah, probably like an hour, a bit longer maybe, stuff like that. So I have on my YouTube channel a lot of like videos. I release daily Guild Wars 2 content, Absolute Paradox. So I have long form videos on my YouTube channel. I don't do like really long form videos like over 1 hour because oftentimes that is more effort and not a lot of people always watch that. I think the Guild Wars 2 community is more like they want to have a short, concise thing about what they are looking for. But maybe if you have a good idea, I can also go for really long form videos as well. Sure, always up for improvements. You can, so if you get scammed, if in direct player trading, that's your fault. You can report them to like ArenaNet, but they will probably not do anything because it's your, so to say, risk if you don't use the trading post. That's why the trading post exists. I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm just saying they will probably not help you out. The ArenaNet support is only there if there's something happening because of the game, not because of your, so to say, greediness of not using the trading post. Yeah. I saw several new players being burned out on legendary weapons after they got the idea that legendary is easy. After the fractal gloves they got in a week. Yeah, exactly. I think it's like you have to balance it correctly. You should make it so that players are interested in legendaries, but at the same time are not burning out too easily, because legendaries are somewhat of a longevity item, you know. So if you don't make that clear with the legendaries that you get for almost free or essentially free with like playing the fractal quick play and stuff like that, I think it's not good if people expect every single legendary item to be gotten in like a week. That is not the case. Legendaries are something that needs dedication, and I think finding a middle ground there is the most important thing, and I'm not sure if they nailed it yet. Yeah. Always happy to help, always happy to help. Troubadour is that one who takes the boon, Vomit to 12. Yeah, I mean, Troubadour is the problem. Troubadour got nerfed in competitive modes because it was like absolutely disgusting how much damage it did while also being able to heal your allies. And that's obviously not a very good combination, having a healer that does a lot of damage. That's why they nerfed it. But it's still a very, very good pick. So if you like Troubadour, don't worry, it's a good one. Getting back into Guild Wars 2 and want to get into healer after years of Alacrity DPS and Quick DPS, Guardian or Ranger. I think right now Guardians is a bit more flexible. You have Luminary support, you have Firebrand support. Those two are extremely strong as a full healer and even as a hybrid healer. I think Ranger only really has Druid, and Druid is only Alacrity heal, and Druid is not really that good in, for example, Fractals. And I would personally say it's better to play like Guardian healer right now if you want to get into the role, because it's just more flexible. But play what you like, both of them are great. I would say for raid specifically, Druid is one of the most underrated, most broken carry healers in the game. Yeah. I'm not sure if direct trading would improve, because one of the big staples of Guild Wars 2 is that we have the trading post, and the trading post makes it so that we don't have any like inflation in the game, or barely any inflation. And that's something that will change if you have direct player trading, if you don't implement it well. So yes, you're right, it might work, but I personally think it might also not work. So it is like really important that you balance it like wisely, and I think it's just too much effort. I think at this point they decided in years in the past they will not do direct player trading, and that's just how it is right now. Yeah, I think it's like, for me personally, I would love to do longer form videos, like up to 1 hour or something. But if the interest is not there, it's not worth my effort and my time, of course, you know. It's always like demand and supply. So if I supply you with a long form video and put a lot of effort in, and you don't watch it, then it's not worth my time to make that more often. Of course, if there is an interest and a lot of people would watch that stuff, sure, I'm all for it. I like that. And if you have really great ideas that I can try out, where it's like makes sense to make a really long form video, sure, I'm all up for it. But it also needs the support of you. You know, it's not something that I can force. I do believe that has to do with a lot of new players not understanding that it's not really massive power creeps. They hear legendary and think it's like 30% DPS increase. Yeah, that is true. Like, legendaries is really, most of the time, it's quality of life and cosmetics, nothing else. Yeah, nothing else. So what do we do next? I don't even know. What is the next one? I guess some EOD dailies. Okay. Welcome, welcome. I have a question. Is it possible to somehow refresh the Wizard's Astral rewards? Yes. Whenever a big patch happens, every 3 months, pretty much exactly on the clock, every 3 months there will be a refresh of the Wizard's Vault. So the next one will be on the 3rd of February. So if you can wait until then, you get a full refresh. And the next one will happen somewhere in May. And then the next one's probably in August. That's the schedule there. And then it gets a full reset. Exactly. Yeah. If only World vs. World balance was as good as PvP balance? Yeah, I think like they have to still improve a bit on like World vs. World and how they want to balance it. I am agreeing with you there, but it's at least like not the meta from like 5 years ago. It's a little bit different. I personally really miss long form lore videos for Guild Wars 2 lore. I think that is very interesting, but sadly I'm the wrong person to ask there. I'm just not into lore in games that much. You know, I play the game for the gameplay. I like to have interesting and fun mechanics. I like to just engage with the game and the content that I have. I am not really into lore. You know, I can tell you some things about it, but I think I'm the wrong person to make a 1 hour long lore video. I think there are other content creators in Guild Wars 2 that do that. Not enough, I agree, but there are some. And if I want to do like watch a video or something, then I do that, but I just not good enough to be able to make videos about lore. I just am not that deep into it. I can tell you all about the gameplay and combat, but nothing that deep about lore. Yeah. I'm playing right now on EU, but I'm an arena partner, so I can swap to an A whenever I want. We will do that in the future as well. Yeah, always happy to help, always happy to help. If you have any questions, just ask. And like I said, we will talk about all the things about quick play and raids and stuff soon. I will summarize it, but if you already have feedback and what you think about it, let me know. I like to talk about it early anyway. So I think, for example, the rewards, you know, we will get 3 specific challenge mode rewards. So we will get a specific infusion, we will get a sky scale skin, and we will get a combat tonic for challenge modes only. For only challenge modes. So that will be very interesting. If people grind it, if people are like not happy about that, you lock some cosmetic rewards behind challenge modes only. But I'm really interested into like how they implement that, maybe make more of that. I'm really looking forward to that. But what do you think? Is that something that you don't want to see? I think having a free mount skin in the game is like awesome. That's something that is not common at all in Guild Wars 2, so you just have to grind the boss for that. That's good. I like that. Is it gonna be easier to make coalescence through this raid quick play? I would say so, yeah. You can get more legendary insights every week. So in general, I would say it's getting easier, yeah. It's getting easier because you can do it faster and with like less effort. Oh my god, what is this group doing? World vs. World meta? Yeah. The World vs. World meta, I think there was barely a time where players were really happy with how it went. I really think so. Like a lot of times, players are unhappy with however the state is. Like not a lot of players are happy with how World vs. World meta is like ever. There's always something that is not happy and like just annoying sometimes. It's just the issue of the game mode, I would say. Do you think raids are too hard for newish player? Yeah, I think so. I think for most players, raids are a little bit convoluted. A lot of stuff is happening and it's too hard to get into. I'm not saying it's hard at all. I'm just saying compared to the open world in Guild Wars 2, it's too hard. That's why I think the raid quick play is a really, really good thing, because the raid quick play should make it easier for players to get into raids because they are way easier then. And you have a hopefully easier time understanding the mechanics and then going from there. Yeah, that is what I think is like the best to learn. Starting with an easy mode. If you like it, if you understand the most mechanics, then you go into the harder modes. I think raids are still not perfectly balanced because not every raid will be in the quick play, which is a bummer, but it's a start. It's a start. What's the hybrid spec that you enjoy the most playing, like open world matters, solo, world versus world general play? It always changes. I don't really have one thing that I play all the time that I think is really good. I think if you're referring for PvE and solo play, I think Paragon right now is one of my favorite specs to play because it's just so like flexible. It does a lot of good things, like Celestial Paragon is awesome. In World versus World, I don't know. Like Conduit is extremely strong. I just play all the time, all the different stuff. That was very close. But yeah, I can't name one single spec. I have a tier list about all of that, so if you want to see that, check that one out. What I mean about every single spec, where I would place it over all the game modes and stuff like that. but I just switch around all the time. For me, I would not like to play a single spec all the time. I always switch around because that's the beauty of Guild Wars 2 for me, not having to play one character all the time. I play a different build almost every hour. It's really important to me to do that like that. Do you think the raids are... So, like I said, I think rewards in raids are good and should be incentivizing players to get into raids, but I personally think it would be better if you have a nicer introduction into raids while also keeping the rewards somewhat interesting so that players can slowly work their way up in terms of reward scheme. Because right now, there is almost not enough to ever be incentivized to play, for example, challenge modes, and I think that's a really good thing that will change with the update. Yeah. How hard will it be to get Ascended gear with the new raid system? I think it will get quite easy, to be honest. I'm not saying quite easy, but it will be, I would say, way easier now to get like stuff, because you can just do the easy strike missions, which will be called raid encounters after the update. Or if you want to get even more magnetite shards, you can also play normal mode raids and stuff like that, and you can do the quick play. There's so much stuff to do that it's probably like one of the easiest times to get Ascended gear after the patch is out. So at least if you enjoy instance 10-person content, yeah, it's really good, I would say. So it will improve the quality of how fast you get Ascended gear a lot. Yeah. There was the Gwen meta that went to GN and then Gen, but he is now Engineer and not Elementalist. For Zerg, yeah, that is true. Engineer is like extremely busted in Zerg play. It's such a good spec. It's just perfect for Zerging. That's the thing. And they nerfed it in the last big balance patch, but it didn't change that much. It's still extremely strong. It's just Elementalist, or Engineer rather. It's just so good. It's just so good. Tell me one negative about playing Engineer. Not that many exist, to be honest. No. Is raid quickplay, is it just like Fractal quickplay? It's pretty much the same, yeah. It's not exactly the same because you don't get a free legendary for it, and you also have a little bit of a different mechanic in terms of how it works, that it's not failable. So you just get a damage buff, a damage reduction buff, and a healing buff, so that you cannot really die. But it's pretty much the same, yeah. It works pretty much the same, which is a good and a bad thing. So people know how it works, but it's not a big improvement over the Fractal quick play. So we don't have a roll queue system or something like that, which is fine in the beginning, but it's also not the be all and end all, so to say. I'm a new player and currently grinding for the Fractal Legendary Glove. After, I'll go for my Ascended set. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. That makes sense. There we go. We have a good CC here. Didn't even need to swap the stuff. Yeah, Engineer is fine. Engineer is fine. I agree with you, Patricia. It's okay to have Engineer being the best, you know? It was like in PvP, like for years before Amalgam came out, one of the rather weaker specs. At least in World vs. World, that's not the case. So I'm fine with that. You think people won't die at Bone Skinner if they don't move? I think they might die. I think that's to me a bit like confusing why they actually went for Bone Skinner and especially Old Lion's Court. Those two strike missions are known to have either a crazy high healing check or having like a one-shot mechanic, straight up a one-shot mechanic. So for example, the Old Lion's Court, if you don't do the puzzle mechanic in the beginning correctly, you will just get, or not in the beginning, all through the fights, you will get one shot. And that can be like completely scuffed, because if just one player sees the, what is it called, Watch Knights, it's like, it's over. So I'm a bit interested to see how that one plays out, and Bone Skinner as well. But I think that will fix itself. You know, it's just like players have to learn the mechanics at some point anyway, and I think that will just be earlier, I guess. It's not too hard to understand, you know. Maybe they even made it so that it's unfailable. Who knows? Maybe. Yeah. Yeah, the LFG in Guild Wars 2 is not the best. That's why they improve it with the quick play, and yeah, that's how it like hopefully will continue. They will hopefully improve it even further in the future. Yeah, Necromancer is also one of the best. That is true. It's like in World vs. World specifically, the meta is quite rigid, to be honest. good and bad. For people that like the meta, it stays somewhat similar. For people that don't like the meta, it's not changing that often. Yeah. I think they are going down a wrong path, making everything easier. All the power creep, so easy to get ascended, now legendary. Almost seems like they are getting people ready for something big like Guild Wars 3 or a total upgrade to the game instead of Guild Wars 3 and want what the new people to catch. I have the feeling as well, to be honest, that it's getting easier and they don't really care about that. You see that with the damage numbers, you see that with legendary and ascended gear, you see that with like how crazy easy it is to support and stuff like that. But yeah, I personally think in a lot of cases, we will not change it anyway, you know? So if we have the opinion that will be, it's not good, then yeah, we can raise that opinion, but I'm not sure if ArenaNet ever listens to us. You know, that's their game, they can do what they want, and we have to embrace it as it is. And I personally agree with you. I think it's not always the best to make everything easier, but in a lot of cases, that's just how it goes down right now. So we have to accept that, and we can say that we don't like it and that it's not the best, but I'm not sure if ArenaNet will listen. Yeah. No, Engineer is I wouldn't say, Henry, Engineer is the best overall class. I think it's really hard to say what's the best overall class. Every single class has extremely good like capabilities in every game mode. I personally would say Guardian seems to be right now the best overall class because it just has so many really good specs in all game modes. But that's just a personal thing at this point. I just thought in World vs. World, specifically in Circ, Engineer is one of the best, if not the best spec, yeah. Yeah, maybe role queue would be good, but I'm not sure if they ever want to invest that much time into making that possible, because roles in Guild Wars 2 are way more complicated than tank, healer, and DPS. That's just like way too simplified. So how would a role system work if you have like 5 different mechanics to take care of it in a specific raid boss? It's I don't know, really hard to implement, and that's why they didn't do it yet. Yeah. Yeah, Necro was really bad on release, but now it's changed. It big time. Big time, yeah. Guardian or Mesmer? Exactly. I think Guardian and Mesmer, those two seem to be the best overall classes right now. But I have to be honest, I think it's like not, yes, it's not that close, but all of the classes are really good. I think like it's so far since like the beginning of the game where you had like classes like Necromancer and Ranger that were just considered worse classes than, for example, Guardian or Mesmer or Warrior. That is different now. Every single class is really good. It's just like some of them are even better than the others, being, for example, Mesmer and Guardian overall because of its elite specs and just how good they are in general. Doesn't mean it's like you cannot play like Necromancer in all game modes. Some CC down. Very good. Best would be Guardian in my opinion. It has been strong since release. Yeah, I would say if you really want to play only one class and be on the safe side, I think Guardian is probably your best pick. It seems to be the class that is always on top of ArenaNet's like favorite list, I would say. And I play Guardian, but I also play other classes, so I can say that with a bit of like objectively here. But yeah, I think it's okay. You know, every single class, choose the class that you enjoy the look of, and you will probably enjoy the game the most, because all of the classes are good if you are starting out from scratch. The harder the content, the more the rod of the balance comes out. If you do easier content, balance is good. That is true, that is true. And I'm not sure if ArenaNet is aware of that, or if they just ignore that. But I mean, what can you do? You know, I'm a player, I can make videos about it and talk about it and raise this like opinion in the community and stuff, but I'm not sure if ArenaNet will listen to me, to the community, and it's their game. That's what I always say. I play the game as long as I have fun playing it. If that will change, I will not play the game anymore. And I think at this point, I don't see me stopping playing this game for now. But if they continue with stuff that I don't like, I think that might happen in the future. I'm not saying that's right now the case, but who knows what the future brings. I always bring that up on stream, but we don't know about the next expansion. That can be a good or a bad thing, but the next expansion is not confirmed. So who knows? Who knows? There we go. Some CC down. I made 5 characters so far to test all classes. Can't wait to unlock more slots. Yeah, exactly. I mean, now you know how I feel, how I got my 70 character slots. I just want to play more different builds, more different characters. Yes, yes, yes. That's exactly how I feel. Bit scuffed, to be honest, but okay. How to know what to delete on my inventory? I can't even sell it on NPC. Do you have low intensity good damage build for open world and raids? Yes, I have a full tier list about low intensity builds. You can go to my website, link is in the stream description, and you find all the low intensity builds there. You can also check my YouTube channel. You're already on YouTube, so you will see the playlist there for the low effort builds. But if you know, the problem is like with inventory, to come back to your first question, Guild Wars 2's inventory is like horrible. Even veterans might have problems clearing the inventory oftentimes. It's just like you have to, at some point, try to find a way to deal with it. So for example, if you have items that you can salvage and you don't need right now, salvage them and then sell the materials, for example, on a trading post, or keep them, whatever you like. But if you have trophies, sell them on the vendor. If you have some other stuff that you don't know what it is, either keep it to be safe, or if you just don't have the space for it, then I think the best way to deal with it is typically just like throwing it out. I'm not joking. I think there's so much chunk that you get if you play the game in the beginning and you don't have the space for it. You just have to at some point say, I have to clean my inventory and get some stuff out, and just don't keep it in my inventory forever. Yeah, that's like a rather like hot take, I know, but what can I do? You know, if you have like only a couple of slots, you cannot keep everything. You know, I'm a veteran, I have 70 characters. Yes, I can keep everything, but most players cannot. That's just how it goes. CC, nice, we got it. I'm waiting for more bank tabs. Yes, I'm waiting for that as well. More bank tabs and especially more character slots. That would be, just for whatever reason, I need more. You can never have enough. You can never have enough. I'll start learning Heal Chrono today. Wish me luck. Yeah, good luck. I mean, it's a good class to start with. So have fun. You will enjoy it, hopefully. Yeah. Wouldn't make the new raid update raids much easier, and people can't choose experienced people. So the quick play makes it way easier. 100%. The quick play makes it way easier. But at the same time, and that's the important part to understand, we get also for the tryhards new rewards. We get new like UI and stuff like that. So I think there is for every type of player, the raid update will make the game better. But you are, of course, correct. In the quick play, you don't know who you will get. So that might be the case that you, if you don't preform, that is your group, then of course you're right. That can be a bit annoying. But in general, I would say for quick play, it's so fast anyway, it doesn't matter. And for the tryhard groups, you will still be able to form your own groups and stuff like that anyway. So I personally think the quick play is overall a big plus for most people, I would say. For almost all people, I have to improve that statement, yeah. At least that's what I see here, yeah. So, what would you say is better quality of life? Legendary armor, legendary trinkets? It depends a bit on what you play. If you only play one character, I think getting legendary... to be honest, it's really hard to say, you know. I personally like legendary armor a lot, but if you play like 7 different characters, having legendary trinkets is awesome. But trinkets are also somewhat easy to acquire. So what is the best way to get, I don't know, what is the most quality of life? I think they are very close together, and both armor and trinkets have insane amount of value. So I think either way, it's really good. And you could work with them in tandem. You know, you can work on Aurora and Vision while you work on your raid legendary armor at the same time. That's what you can do. And that's what I would do as well. It's really hard. You know, trinkets have generally more quality of life, but are also easier to get ascended trinkets than ascended armor. So what do you value more? Is the quality of life more important, or is the ease of getting the ascended stuff more important? I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, Guild Wars 2 is like for tryhards. Guild Wars 2 is like a game where you can have a lot of fun. You have the leaderboards coming up. You can farm the new Skyscale skin, which is a prestigious skin now. Stuff like that. It's possible to do that. But you are, of course, correct. It's not something that is like, oh my god, there are so many people circling us down there. It's not something that you have, for example, can compete with World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy in terms of like really try hard 10-player content or stuff like that. Guild Wars 2 cannot compete with that. Guild Wars 2 is just more casual by nature. Yeah. Trinkets will work across all classes, plus the achievements are actually big content. Yeah, I agree. I only have Path of Fire and Heart of Thorns expansion. Do you have any progression builds on low intensity characters? So you only have Heart of Thorns and Path of Fire. Let me think about it. You can play the condition. I have a low intensity condition Soul Beast build. That is probably the best bet for you. It's a really, really strong choice because it only requires Path of Fire. You can use Path of Fire there only, and that should be hopefully. Are they actually guarding it? That's crazy. They are guarding the camp. It's insane. Yeah. Or AFK Deadeye, good point. That's also possible. There are a lot of like Path of Fire builds specifically that can work without any other expansion. Yeah, Unload Deadeye is probably low intensity, one of the best ones. Good point by Orbing there. But I think you should like choose a class that you like, and I have probably a low intensity build about it. And it might be that you don't have the perfect relic for it, but that's okay, or the perfect weapon. Oftentimes you can just exchange that, but I think Orbing has probably the best recommendation there. I would agree, yeah. But yeah, if you have any questions, just ask. I'm always happy to help, and like even if I miss the question, just repeat it. I will just like try to answer it then. Sometimes something slips through, yeah. So what do we have here? Like greens, some greens, one green, one blue. Okay, okay. That's fightable. That's fightable. Chaos. Holy moly, the damage. What is that spike? Okay, we got this guy. So I guess we just let them there and try to kill. Oh, there are a lot of other players coming. It's interesting. Listen, now it's getting interesting. It's a real mayhem here. Okay. I guess we should focus on the greens because there are more. Huh. Or we capture the camp. Maybe we just capture the camp here. No, we cannot capture the camp here. Oh, the blind was really unlucky here. Okay, okay, okay. The music to this fight is actually like God tier, I have to be honest. It's really good. Okay, 2 people down. 1 more to go. No, they got... No, they got me. Oh, sad. We could have won that if I played better. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah. Music adds to your farming. Them big time. I'm usually on the other hand. Nah, don't worry, Haldir. You know, you get better, and I got farmed here as well. You know, I did not win this. It was like the very chill, relaxing music, and it in the background like try hard 1v4 roaming content or something. It was actually quite quite nice feeling, to be honest. But like I said, I could have played that way better and probably should have just run away after getting 1 kill. But okay. My font for Arc DPS is in my Discord server. It's a very specific Arc DPS font, but I really like it because it is like visible while also being somewhat aesthetically pleasing to the eye. But I have it on my Discord server. I have the full like setup how my Arc DPS, so you can just copy and paste it if you want it. And if you yeah, that's the easiest way to get it because it's a really long name. I don't know it by heart how it's called, the font, but it works very well in my opinion. Yeah. What's your server? I'm currently on Grand Store, but I can switch servers all the time, which I sometimes do because it's a little bit annoying if there's nothing happening and you want to showcase a build or something. That's why it's quite nice to have the capability as a Renewed partner to switch the World vs. World servers on the fly. Is now the time to farm World vs. World tracks? Yes. It's Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and most of Tuesday, when you still have access to this Greater Call of the Mists buff, which is from farming World vs. World, is like the best. Yeah, it's just the best way. It's the, how is it called? World vs. World Rush event. You get some nice achievements to instantly unlock it. I have a small, like 1-minute video about how to do it. It's really good. And you get 100% increased world experience and 25% increased reward track progress. So you just get more loot for doing the same stuff over and over. So it's just it's just good. Like, if you want to farm Gift of Battle or World vs. World in general, now it's the time to do so. You have more queues, keep that in mind as well. It's just more players want to engage with this. But I think a lot of times it's worth it because you get so much loot, and it's also more fun if there are more players active, you know? That's at least my opinion. And I think a lot of players will play raids as well when it comes out. Like I mentioned it earlier, I think it would be even better if we could have get like a raid rush as well. But I take what I get. I think the upcoming raid rewards is already good enough to keep some people getting interested into raids as well. So yeah, be sure to check out World vs. World this week, and next week we will, I don't know what we get there, but the week after that we will get the raid and just general core feature update. The channel name on Discord is, let's check. The channel name on Discord is under important links and arc configuration. That's how it's called. So just makes sense, that's the name, and there you can see arc configuration. Exactly that, what it's called. Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Patricia, for mentioning the call name. Yes, exactly. Yeah, exactly. The queues is like, you know, I'm currently in queue, and it's like, for me, it's like 12 a.m. or like in the middle of the day, noon. So, oh, we have a 101 here. Let's do a 101. Oh, not a 101 anymore. Oh my god, I don't want to do that. Oh, come on. Let me just do a 101, my friends. Look at this, the whole circus running after me. It's so mean. Not gonna work. I've never raided and will definitely try raids. Did strikes though? Because more accessible? Yeah, I think strikes are more accessible, and that will not change because they are still like quite easy to get into. And the quick play is also only including strike missions for now. But if you enjoy raids, the new UI and stuff will definitely help you get into raids as well. And of course, if you want to get trainings and stuff for harder raid bosses, I always mention Raid Training Initiative and Crossroads in Discord servers are awesome for exactly that. Yeah. A lot of players will raid consistently. Also getting the legendary armor is much quicker. I agree. I think it's just an overall positive for most players. I agree. When do you think the right time to make a new build is? I would say if you are currently like quite comfortable on your build, but not interested in like playing it anymore because it's like somewhat boring, you don't see like much fun in playing it over and over in the same content again, then I think it's the right time to start trying out a new build. I think if you already like have one build mastered, I think at some point there will be always this point where you say, okay, this is not the most fun anymore to me to play, then go to a different build. Yeah, if you currently still have fun and enjoy your build, then I think it's actually not worth to swap just for the sake of swapping to a different build. But I personally would say try out more classes. Don't be too hesitant. I think Guild Wars 2 has a rather easy system of getting into like getting a different character going. I think at least for me it was never a big problem. So I think you should just try it if you're feeling a little bit bored, because you can always go back to your other character and play it again. At least that's what I did and will do in the future as well. So let's get some food. There we go. We had over 100 Q for EBG yesterday. Yeah, it is crazy. It's like it's good and bad. You know, I know it's annoying if you're in the queue that you don't have like all the good stuff to fight and have fun because you have to wait for others to let you in. I think that's not good. I agree. But at the same time, I also want the game mode to be active. You know, it would be really sad if the game mode is like you can always go in the map, but no one is there and there's no fun and no action. So I think it always is like a boon and a curse to some extent that you have this like rush event and everybody wants to get in. Either way, I think it's good that they do those rush events, yeah. Didn't we know about VOE by the time this last year? Yes, we actually knew about Visions of Eternity expansion without the name. We still knew about it before Chant der Walds launched. So we knew before the 5th expansion that the 6th expansion is already in the making. Now, after the 6th expansion released, we don't know if there will be a 7th. That is very interesting. We don't know anything. What is the cause of delay? What is happening? Why is that the case? But that's just... So we can get a kill here, maybe. Nice, we got a kill. There's another one. Oh, let's see. Nice, we got another kill. Farming the Zerg here. Okay. They're very interesting. I don't know what they are doing. They are just spawn camping us at this point. I swapped from Virtuoso to Guardian. Which spec can you recommend? I think Luminary right now is like in all game modes extremely strong if you want to play that. Oh, there we have someone. Let's see. Holy moly. Holy moly, the damage. Like, what? That was a lot of damage. Yeah, you see, I'm playing Luminary right now, and it's good. It's a lot of damage. What are they even doing? The enemy team is like surging, but not really, because they're like 20 players and just like getting farmed from us here off spawn. My teleport. Oh, there's a gale shot. That's a good target. Nice, we got one. What is going on? We are just trolling them at this point. We have to be a bit careful here. Sorry that I can't keep up in chat, but I just have to be a bit careful. Okay, never mind. Yeah, if the 20 people stand on you, it's quite likely that they will kill you at some point. But we actually did a good job. We are like 5 to 10 players against their 20, and we actually got some kills. Nice. But yeah, if you have any questions, just ask. Always happy to help. And we will talk about quick play and raids and nice rewards later in a couple of minutes with one of our special content creator guests. So stay tuned for that. We have some kind of small podcast planned. In the next few minutes, we will start that. So hopefully you will be interested. What do you think of quick play? I mean, generally for a veteran, quick play is not something that I'm like particularly interested in playing all the time. So for example, we currently have the fractal quick play already in there. It's not like I play that every single day, but I think that the feature exists and that the feature will exist for raids as well. I'm hyped about it because for new players, that's awesome. That's exactly the thing that we want. We want getting it. Players into raids and making it easier for them to do so. That's perfect. I'm just saying for veteran, it's not always the most interesting one, but there will be rewards, and I think the raid quick play rewards will be even better for veterans than the fractal ones, at least for me. So I actually see me playing raid quick play every single week. Yeah, I actually think that is the most likely scenario actually, that every single week I play raid quick play a couple of times. Not like all the time on stream, like every single minute, but I will definitely do a couple of like runs every single week, which is perfect. I think that's a system that is well implemented then. Not too much effort to do, but also interesting to veterans. I think that's good. Yesterday there was so much lag in blob versus blob fight, you couldn't even press buttons. Yeah, that sometimes happens. I don't even know why. You know, sometimes you have 50 versus 50 versus 50 fights and you have no lags, and sometimes you have a 30 versus 30 fight and then there are some skill lags. I don't know. It's just the servers. Sometimes they struggle. It's okay. Sometimes. Not all the time, God. Like, let's say, luckily. Yeah. What heal build would you call the best for both fractals and raids right now? I think it's still Chronomancer, yeah. I think Chronomancer is still very good, but I feel like Firebrand, specifically, I think even Luminary. Nah, Luminary is not that good in like, it doesn't keep up all the boons. It's in raids sometimes a bit of an issue. I would say Chronomancer and even Troubadour seem to be the still if you're on a really high level with Firebrand, those 3 seem to be the best overall in Fractals and Raid specifically, but it's quite close. All healers that are not Revenant healers are actually, I would say, very solid. Yeah. Nice. Good morning to you, Snow, then, if it's 5 AM. Yes. Hydrating, good idea. Very good idea. Yes, I'm playing DPS Luminary. It's really fun. It's really fun and it's good as well. It's more a roaming build though. It's not something that you would play in a Zerg because you're quite squishy. So you play that typically as a DPS roam or something like that. Yeah. Have they announced things you can get only with Raid Quick Play like Fractals? No. So Raid Quick Play gives some achievements, which is only from there. And you will get some rewards like legendary insights and some rewards that you would normally get from normal bosses as well. That is the only thing that you will get. So there is not a legendary attached to it as far as I know. Yeah. So it's worse in that regard, but it's better in the long-term regard, because if you have the legendary cloths and you don't want to go for the infusions for Fractal, it's not really giving you that much value. If you are a player that wants to get the most amount of legendary insights, you will definitely want to engage with Quick Play weekly. So even though it's not as flashy, it's more longevity interesting, I would say. Yeah. How to maintain 100% stability uptime as a Luminary in World vs. World. So let me showcase this. I'm swapping now to my Luminary, and then you have 4 skills that are giving stability. Yeah. So your Stand Your Ground gives 11 seconds of stability. Your Hollowed Ground gives like 10 seconds of stability because it's a pulsing field. And your Valorous Stance gives 7 seconds of stability. Your Radiant Courage gives 7 seconds of stability. And every time you equip your Radiant Forge attacks, so if I use my Virtues and then I equip my Radiant Forge attacks, I reset my cooldowns of my Virtues, so I can use my Virtue Radiant Currents, like I would say effectively every 25 seconds or something. So that means that all of those 4 skills together, if you don't get corrupted, you can upkeep stability for yourself and your party all the time if they stick on you. That's how you would do it. Yeah. Hope that answers your question there. Got my sky scale today, and it's the weekend, so I stayed up very late. That makes sense. That makes sense. Congrats for getting the sky scale. It's a big unlock, really helpful for the game for sure. Big game changer, exactly. Yeah, but I think like stability in World vs. World is so important. That's why I always like to play Luminary in World vs. World Zerg right now, because it's just so broken how much value you provide to your party and your just teammates around you. Having permanent stability is just really good. And yeah, that's why I think it's such a staple pick right now as a support. And I'm really surprised that they didn't nerf the stability output, to be honest. I really don't know. But I guess that's what they think is fine. When are they gonna buff engineer turrets? I don't know. I think, I have to be honest, I think they are so scared of buffing the turrets because of AFK farmers and stuff that they might not ever do it. I have to be honest. It's my realistic analysis of the situation is that they might not ever buff the turrets. Maybe they give it a rework, but I don't see that either. It's the sad truth, yeah. Is it easy to play? Yes, I will do that later in a second. If I get into EBG, like in 11 players, I will be able to showcase the Zerg support Luminary and show you how it's played, and you can just watch. I also play that all the time on stream, so it's not very special. But yeah, you just try to keep up stability, try to provide healing to your allies and cleanse conditions, and stick on tech. That's it. You don't have any DPS value, you're just really there for healing and mostly stability. I recently unlocked Harbinger, but I don't know what good Blight management looks like. I know what that gives and spends Blight though. Also the class mechanics feels so meh. Yeah, I think the class mechanic of Harbinger is not really that unique in terms of like how it is. It's just like you lose your Shroud and you get access to your Blight. It's not for everybody, but I think it's an interesting take on Necromancer. And the Blight stuff is like in a lot of cases in PvE, for example, you just want to get as much blight as possible because that just empowers your attacks. If you play it in competitive modes, you should be careful because it also decreases your health, which is of course also the case in PvE, but in PvE it doesn't matter oftentimes. In competitive modes, if you decrease your health by like 30%, you die faster, way faster. And that might actually lead you to dying so fast that you might actually not even know what's happening. But in general, I would say for most players, Harbinger is more squishy and therefore not always the recommended go-to option. But yeah, I personally would say if you don't like it, you don't have to play it. And the blight management comes with time. Just understanding in competitive modes how much you can risk to get more blight, to get more damage. That comes with time. It's not something that I can teach you just telling you, yeah, always have that amount of blight. That's not really how it works. Big fan of your videos, even if you make fun of Mechanist players. I'm not saying, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying Mechanist players are bad and stuff. I'm just saying a lot of times people put too much agency on the mech, and that's not a healthy decision oftentimes. But yeah, glad you like my videos. And I think Mechanist right now, I think there is a 47k DPS Mechanist in PvE, so I cannot make fun of Mechanist at all. It's a very, very good DPS build right now. So yeah, glad you enjoy my videos, glad you enjoy them. Warrior is very nice now with Paragon. Yes, that is true. Warrior is really good. Welcome, Fuchu. Welcome, welcome. Nice that you could make it. Very good. I have 12 characters and can't choose a main. I think like choosing a main is, I would say, overestimated in Guild Wars 2. You can just play what you like and you will probably in the long run switch classes all the time anyway. But just try to stick with one, get better at it, and if you enjoy it somewhat, that's good enough. You can also swap later, you know, that's what I do. I started with one character and then swapped to another one and played this one on a higher level, then got bored, get swapped to another one, and that's how I play. So I don't decide on a main in that regard. But I would say there are so many good choices, yeah. Yeah. The commander was really mad at me for not being able to maintain stability. Yeah, that is definitely, if you're playing Luminary as a support and you don't do that, that will be a bit like people will not like you for that. But now you know. That's the important part. Now you know, and you can then hopefully provide it to your party. Fairly new player here. So for Mystic Clovers, what are the best ways to get them if I'm in PvE? I would say if you want to farm them like 24/7, Twistlewood Coast is the only map that you can do that. Other than that, you can use, of course, the Mystic Forge, which is a bit annoying, but that's something that you can use because it's like a gold sink and you get Mystic Clovers out of it. And other than that, daily vendors, or weekly vendors rather. So weekly raid vendor, weekly fractal vendor, where you can purchase some Mystic Clovers for a discount and some currency from the specific content. So if you play a lot of fractals, you have some fractal currency that you can use to purchase some Mystic Clovers cheaper. Sadly, there is not a best way to get Mystic Clovers other than from the Wizard's Vault. The Wizard's Vault is the only way that is the best and consistent way to getting Mystic Clovers. You get like 20, I think, from one Wizard's season reset. So it's not the worst, but it's also by far enough. So yeah, you should just try to get it all the time. And after that, try the methods that I mentioned. And if you want to see all the methods with every single detail to it, you can also check out my Mystic Clovers guide on my YouTube channel. Warrior is very viable in competitive modes. Yes, it is, Cree. So I should let my bot do all the work while I sit bed and sip wine? Yeah, I mean, that's exactly how Mechanist plays, in my opinion. Yes, I'm not saying that's a good thing, but that's how it plays, yeah, oftentimes. Yes, Rival Mechanist is extremely easy. It's just pressing like a couple of buttons of cooldown and you deal a lot of damage as well. Mechanist is like one of the easiest, but still one of the strongest classes in PvE specifically, yeah. We are 3 new friends playing Guild Wars 2. We are enjoying and just did all the new friend stuff for the Skyscale mount. What do you suggest to do now? So if you have the Skyscale, I think maybe go into some instances, maybe try out Vexes together. That's such a fun content to play with friends because it's like quite easy to get into. It slowly scales up and gives a good amount of gold rewards. That's something that I always recommend. But if you are not into fractals, that's okay as well. You can maybe go for some more getting ascended gear together, stuff like that, because that's the best in slot gear in Guild Wars 2. And there are so many ways, maybe unlock some masteries together. I think like auto loot mastery and stuff after reaching level 80 is such a big plus. Oh, we have a ritualist. I have to fight the 101 here. My cooldown is so long still on my Radiant Forge, that's a bit annoying. Okay. This is so good. We engage and they instantly have to disengage. Oh, the Shroud. Oh, it's so big. Okay, they went out of Shroud. Big mistake. The NPC does more damage than this guy. Okay, now we have to kill, I think. No, the Shroud is back. That's annoying. Okay, spirits. And... hopefully we can now get the kill. Come on. Let me in the Shroud. And there we go. That was way too annoying for my comfort. There we go. It did it. So that's what I would recommend. Hopefully that helps. My main now is Thief. Good for roaming. You choose when to fight. Exactly. Thief is probably one of the best roamers overall as a class because it has always the ability to disengage very easily. Yes, exactly. Like in PvE, I can AFK Deadeye in open world or do all instance content with Celestial Spectre. Also in PvP, it can get the area points. Yeah, that's a really good like overall pick. I agree. Like especially Spectre is really good in all game modes. So yeah, good choice there, Orbing. Yeah. If you had to pick between Luminary or Willbender for World vs. World roaming, what would you pick? I think it depends a bit on your playstyle. So I think Luminary has more burst potential. So I personally would say in the current meta, if you play a bursty DPS build, Luminary for Guardian is the best option there. Willbender is more, you can play a bit more of a tanky bruisery Willbender, but the problem is I feel like this is a build that is old school and against the new Visions of Eternity specs is not as good as it was before Visions of Eternity release. So I personally would say Luminary is just with the current power level of roaming more useful in my eyes and is more, how can I say, has more impact on your outnumbered situation or on your 101s because you can just burst someone down. The Willbender, you can play a bursty version, which is straight up worse in my opinion than the Luminary version. Or you can play a Bruiser Willbender, which is just a little bit of a different play style. Both of them are great. But I personally would say it's slightly better to play the DPS version that I'm playing for Luminary right now. I would say, yeah. How about Celestial Herald Roamer? It's decent. It's not like an S tier build, but you can make it work, yeah. We are Deadeye, Weaver, a Necromancer, and maybe Scourge. The Necro would like to evoke a lot of minions, so he's playing base Necromancer. You can also play Reaper for that, to be honest. Reaper has also some minion skills if you wanted to. But yeah, I think like you should play what you like. And if you enjoyed, like for example, if you got the Sky Scale already, then maybe get some more masteries going and unlock them, like explore the maps together. Because I really think that's one of the biggest beauty of Guild Wars 2 is like the exploration element and unlocking all the masteries for the first time to get access to new areas, unlock all the mounts together. I think that's extremely fun as a group. But like I said, instance content in PvE is also really good, especially fractals. So if you like that, be sure to check them out and try them out. It's really easy. Try out the Fractal Quick Play. Start with that. It's really, really easy. Just go here to Fractal of the Mist, first scale, and then find a fractal cube while you're in your group. And you can actually just do the content extremely fast and get rewards for it and slowly work your way up in fractals after that. I think that is probably my recommendation. That's a good setup. Necro can be more tanky in the other backline. Yeah, exactly. Is Celestial Gear still a thing in World vs. World? So it depends on your build. So for example, Elementalists, Necromancer, they can make use out of Celestial stats rather decently. Some classes like, let's say, Guardian, let's say, maybe Thief, they don't really make that much use out of Celestial stats typically because they are nerfed. You know, you don't have concentration and expertise in World vs. World on Celestial stats. So that is definitely noticeable, and therefore I would say Celestial is like on some classes still top tier, but on most builds you play either Marauder or you play a Trailblazer setup, and those two would be the top choices. But it's not only the only thing. You know, this is a tanky Berserker. Holy moly. That's probably, yeah, probably one of the Trailblazer setups that I mentioned. I blinded the Skull Grinder, I think. Okay, I think I can win this 101. I don't even know. I didn't see any conditions yet. Ah, there we go. So it's a bit of a nasty 101 because they have a lot of defenses. A lot of defenses. The damage. I don't even know. They do deal not that much damage anyway. No, there we go. Okay. That was weird. What's the easiest, cheapest, fastest legendary armor for new returning players? So, what is the easiest one? I would say the easiest one is open world, typically. Open world obsidian legendary armor, because you just have to grind some meta events and some currency and gold. That's it. So it's the easiest one. The fastest one will be after the raid release. Raid quick play release will 100% be the legendary PvE raid armor, which is like, you can do it in 2 weeks. So it's extremely fast. And what's the cheapest one? They're all pretty much the same. I mean, the cheapest one is the fractal cloths because they are for free, so to say. You can get the fractal cloths for free, but it's only the gloves. So it's not the whole one. Hope that answers your questions. Yeah. The goal was to get the hero point of Heart of Thorns and Path of Fire. Exactly. Yesterday, the last one of us get the Sky Set. That sounds like a really good progress. I like that. Good job. Yeah, have a good night, Snow. See you next time. See you next time. Yes, the gloves are the gloves cost essentially nothing. You just play quick play and get the 3 gloves from Fractal Quick Play. But you cannot get anything like the full set from that. So it's a little bit like yes and no. It's not I would not say that qualifies for the cheapest legendary armor because you only get 1 piece of it. Yeah. If you're seeking the easiest, cheapest, faster way, then you shouldn't play an MMO. I don't know. I think it's a valid question to ask. But you are right. I think if you want to have the easiest, cheapest, and fastest way to get legendaries, I think that just doesn't work. Either you go for one of them or you just say, I go for the one that I like the most. But I think all 3 of them is not an MMO question to ask. It's always like depends on your situation. Yeah. Picked up the gloves yesterday, but it's hard to decide for what armor class I should take them. I think you will always have the choice in the end, or always have the problem that whatever you choose, you have 2 armor classes that you don't have. So whatever you choose now, there might be a future where you want to play a different armor class and you don't have it. So just accept that and choose the one that you play right now. So if you play right now Necromancer, choose Light. That might change in the future. You might play, I don't know, Thief in the future, sure, but then it's the future and then you have to worry about your problems then. I think that's how I would do it, because it's like you cannot like make a perfect decision because you might change your mind about what class to play anyway. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I think it's really hard to, like Futio puts it, it's like 3 categories and it's almost impossible to say this is the cheapest, fastest and easiest legendary to get, because those 3 are essentially the big 3 like things that you have to, one of them or 2 of them even, you have to sacrifice to get the other one very well done. That's just how it works, you know. If you want to get the fastest legendary, for example, then that would be from the trading post. Legendary weapon, that would be from a trading post. Does that mean that's the cheapest way? Not by a long shot. Does that mean that's the easiest way? Probably. Does that mean that's the fastest way? Probably. But that for armor, you don't have that. You cannot purchase it. So does that mean it's easier to go for the open world armor? Depends. Some people really hate farming meta events. Then yes, it might be easy, but it's easier for them to play PvP like 5 hours a day. Depends. Oh my god. You always have a Zerg everywhere. It's crazy. Visions in Aurora were particularly annoying in the moment, but in hindsight was one of the best content in the game for me. Yeah, I think it's like for a lot of players when they start doing Aurora, they think, oh, there's so much, or like Vision and Aurora, it's so much time-gated stuff, or like there is a decent amount of time-gated stuff, but also there's a lot of stuff here that I just think is like, oh, that's quite annoying to do. But in the end, you actually experience the game on a completely different level, which is something very unique that you normally don't get. Okay, we hit that. Oh, God. Can we get the kill? We got the kill. That's nice. That's very nice. And there we go. That was a rather close 101 against another Luminary. Legendary gear is only mandatory for really tryhard raids. I think even then it's not mandatory. You can play in full ascended gear as well. You don't need legendary. Legendary doesn't provide any more stats, so it's just quality of life and cosmetics. That's it. So if you're not in need for that, you don't need to go for it. Yeah, that's the beauty of Guild Wars 2's systems right now. Yeah, I think Aurora and Vision was definitely content. I personally would say I don't really want to do it right now again, but personally I think it was definitely a really good journey. I like this kind of a legendary that you have to work towards too, and everybody that has it has, so to say, made the same journey. I really like that. This is the same for Never War, for Jukan Jumperwood and stuff. I like this kind of legendary design, but oh my god, he's back. It was a lot of damage, to be honest. Can't fight them in the camp there. That was very close, to be honest. Very close. We could have killed him there. Let me get out of combat, please. Okay, there we go. So, yeah, I don't know. Let me catch up on chat. Give me a second. Oops, that's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted, so, sorry. Legendary gear is convenience and allows you to play diverse builds across classes. I wouldn't say it's only mandatory for tryhard raids. It's for those that want to achieve a bit more in the game, I'd say. Yeah, I think if you like convenience, if you like to play different builds, if you like to play even different classes, if you want to try out some stuff, then Legendary gear gets really like big quality of life, really like nice to use. But I think if you are just starting out the game and want to get into raids and want to be a tryhard and want to get the hardest content done, you don't need Legendary. Legendary gear is only for players that want to try out some stuff, want to play all the different kinds of builds. Then Legendary gear gets really exciting, or players that are in for the convenience or for the cosmetics. So if you want to get the Eternity skin, for the skin, sure, you need to get the Legendary. But it's not, if you want to clear the hardest content in the game, Ascended gear has 100% of the stats of Legendary gear. So it's not required by any means to have Legendary gear. There are people that don't have Legendary armor and clear the hardest content in the game. That's possible. You don't need that. So keep that in mind. Yeah. Nevermore and Chunkamod, Chuka were actually fun, not annoying at all. Yeah, I'm not saying they were annoying. I'm just saying I really like this art, like design of like how you have. It's to be honest, it's some kind of art to make a quest that is interesting while also being somewhat storytelling at the same time. I think that's beautiful, and I think it's sad that they don't do that more often. But it's in my opinion really good like implementation of a legendary quest or something. I really think it's awesome. Oh my god, we have Stone Mess Waypoint tier 3. That's crazy. That's just like dominance, total dominance, I guess. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Yesterday we killed Demos with 2 people on full exotics. Yes, they are brand new players in raids, and it's great to see. Perfect. Yeah, I mean that's really cool. I really like that, to hear that. Absolutely. We need more new players and stuff like that, and more people interested into getting into raids and are not scared by it, because raids are not hard. It's just like you should learn them and we get into it and we'll have fun. What's the big boon? AoE, class in World vs. World. Big boom, not boon. Okay. Probably like Elementalist is really good if you want to kill a lot of people fast in a Zerg, because you have Staff and Spear, which are really good AoE weapons. But I don't know. All classes can play full DPS, to be honest. I almost exclusively play World vs. World nowadays, and having Legendary Gear is amazing, but I agree that it's not really a must. I am a build crafter, so it's nice to have. Exactly. If you try out, experiment, play a lot of different builds, Legendary Gear is really nice. But for players that are not into that or don't want to do that right now, it's not necessary. It really isn't. It is not required to get into like the hardest content or even like World vs. World. You don't need it. It's just helping. I think we don't have an open thing anymore. Let's sniff. Let's sniff. No, it's not open. Is it? No. Unlucky. I don't know how to get into my squad. Maybe this guy knows? Probably not. I think T-Bot was doing raids in full Celestial group. I mean, that's not a big problem. You can play it. I think there was a world record even from people playing like with full blue gear or something. Like you can clear every single boss in that. It's not like a big deal. It really isn't. I don't know how to get to my group, sadly. I guess I should switch back to my roaming build until I get to my group. Yeah. Yeah, Generation 2 Legendaries would be nice to get cheaper. You can join my guild if you just write me on Discord. If you write me on Discord, I can send you the invite. Oh, this guy is probably so dead. Oh, we kept it actually. Nice. Did not know that we were so close to capping. Didn't see that, but it's fine. It's fine. We're now at our commander, hopefully. Get some kills here. Looks good, looks good. I love your video content. I just come back from a break and only have time for one character with work family. I like DPS specs and want to do a mix of all game modes. I've been primarily having fun with Gate Shot and Luminary. Yeah, I think Luminary is probably your best bet then. I would say Luminary is extremely strong in all game modes. I think Luminary seems to be like, for most people, top tier choice right now for all game modes. Yep. Luminary should be your best pick there. So I think now we can finally swap to a support. And there is a big Zerg. That's good. That's good. Big fight here. I like that. Is there any reward trick in World vs. World you recommend us to do through the event, or just keep getting Gift of Battle? So I think it depends on if you don't have enough Gift of Battle, like if you don't have 50 of them laying around, it's always good to have some of them spare because you might in the future need them anyway to get, for example, more legendaries and stuff. That is always good. If you want to be just getting gold, then it's completely fine, for example, to go for the End of Dragons reward tracks, because then you can use the, oh my god, you can use the, how is it called? Imperial Favor, that's how it's called, to craft Generation 3 legendary weapons and then sell them. That's a very good gold income. So that would be one of my best recommendations for getting gold in World vs. World specifically, if you want to farm that. But it's not required. You can choose, to be honest, most of the reward tracks and you get a rather decent amount of gold per reward track, something between 20 and 30 gold. It's always pretty much stable. But like I said, if you don't have enough Gift of Battles, it's always good to save up on them because you might thank me later. Yeah. Is Conduit a good pick for new player? It's a decent pick, yeah. It's always a good DPS option. Yep. Evoker is good. You can't really go wrong with Visions of Eternity specs for the most part. Personally, I do Visions of Eternity reward track to stack materials for the next update. That is also very smart. I do that as well. I do that because I'm a veteran and I don't have a use for the Gift of Battle anymore. And I anyway have like 10 of them laying around or something. So I just use that to stack up on materials. I do the same, but it's like up to you what you choose there. You can also get the new outfits, which is worth around 500 gold. That is a good point. Good point. I know that the Ritualist got nerfed, but it still looks so cool. It's still very good. Ritualist is one of the Visions of Eternity specs that got nerfed a bit, but it's still on top, like absolutely on top, especially in World vs. World. Yeah. Did you say the other day that the one reward track that gives big bags? None of them gives big bags. Like you cannot get more bags. That doesn't really work. 20 slot bags is the only thing that you can get from Halloween, but it's not bigger than normal bags. So I'm not sure. I think you misunderstood me there, I'm pretty sure. For support, would you say Firebrand or Druid is more fun? I personally like, I don't know, it depends a bit on the game mode. I think Druid is a bit more fun to me because it has more flexibility with the pets and stuff. But that's just a personal preference at this point. Yeah. Which world versus world NG would you recommend for someone that does not have Amalgam and Spear? I would say either Holosmith as a DPS build or Scrapper as a DPS build. Those two are awesome. I think it's playstyle dependent. They're both really good and they don't need a Spear. So just play what you like. They are mostly requiring you to have a flamethrower, which is a core engineer thing, and elixir gun. So it's not a big problem at all. So those two would be my top choices. So you can also activate this to see how many ranks and kills we got this session. Very good. What are the stable classes that is good in PvE and PvP? I would say all Divisions of Eternity specs, to be honest. But that's not the whole truth. I made a whole overall tier list and you could see that almost every single class was really, really like in S tier or A tier. So Guild Wars 2 is like all elite specs are actually really good in all game modes. It's more like some Divisions of Eternity specs, for example, are just slightly like better across the board, but it's not like you'd have to play those. All of them are really good. Like you just have to find the correct build, to be honest. That's the most important part. Yeah. You either buy the code for 300 gold or get it for Karma and do the reward check. Yeah, I mean, that's what I did. That's what I did. What are we doing here? Like, it's like, I'm sadly cannot join the squad because, of course, they require Discord. So if you're wondering, I cannot do that on stream because otherwise I just have a voice in my ears all the time. That's also not helpful for talking to you, but I can at least play a defensive build and provide some stability. As someone mentioned earlier, that's how I would play it here, just providing some stability, sharing as much as I can with my allies here while also healing them and getting all the loot tags here. That's how it works. Firebrand versus Druid. I love Druid in Strikes particularly, but it's really not suitable for Fractals. Exactly. I would never recommend anybody playing Druid in Fractals. It's just not how Druid is meant to be played, to be honest, or like it's just not suited for this kind of playstyle. So I just like Druid in raids and strike missions. If you specifically look for support in Fractals, go for Firebrand. So I personally would say, if you don't want to choose, I think the best option is probably Chronomancer, because Chronomancer is, so to say, the middle ground between those two. It's really good in Fractals. Still, after the nerfs, it's really good in strike missions and raids. They all have their advantages and disadvantages, but I personally think like the best overall choice would be Chronomancer. But if you pick between Druid and Firebrand, you have to say best at a specific thing. And Druid is the best at raids and strike missions, whereas Firebrand is just a little bit better, or quite a bit better, to be honest, in Fractals. Being also quite decent in strikes and raids as well, I would say. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Yeah. Isn't Paladin good in World vs. World? So we don't have a Paladin, we have Paragon, which is a good class in World vs. World, yes. And we have Luminary, if you are like a Guardian fan. We don't have a Paladin in class in Guild Wars 2 or Elite Spec. That doesn't exist. Paragon is good as a support in World vs. World as well. It's not as good as Luminary though, for example. You can see we are actually doing quite a good job here of farming them. That's quite nice. That's how we like it. That's why EBG is the preferred map to farm loot. That's how you do it. Very good, very good. Is Paragon good in Fractals? It depends what kind of Paragon you're playing. So there is a DPS Paragon build out there, which is, in my opinion, decent, but it's not the best choice for Fractals specifically, because it is rather, it's relatively slow in the damage output, so it doesn't have the best burst damage, which is okay if you are in a lower scale, but if you want to get tier 4 Fractals and stuff, you typically have rather good groups, and it means that you want to kill the stuff in 10 seconds. And having a build that needs 20 seconds to ramp to its damage is obviously not that good then. But I would say support Paragon. That's where Paragon shines in Fractals. It's not like as good as Chronomancer or as good as Firebrand, 100%. But it is a really solid pick as a like tier 4 Fractal group I played it even in challenge modes. It's a really solid pick, and I like to play it as a warrior support player. I think it's a really solid choice. It's not top tier, but it's good enough to clear all content, and especially if you know what you're doing with swapping around and not always. Oh my god. Not always like keeping the same traits and skills. Yes. How do you track your World vs. World kills on the top left corner? That is a Blishard add-on. It's called Session Tracker, and it just lets me, so to say, use the API and showcase it here on screen, so I can see how many kills I got in my session and how many World vs. World ranks I got. This whole add-on has like insane amount of things in there, so typically you use it more for like tracking stuff in PvE, like how much gold you got and stuff like that. I just don't care about that in PvE because I have enough gold. I just want to get like a fun statistics about how many kills and how many reward tracks I got, ranks. So that's what I use it for. It's called Blishard, and I have a guide about it on my YouTube channel. And it's the Session Tracker add-on. Yes. Is Reaper melee? Yes. Reaper is typically melee because the Shroud is melee, but you can use a ranged weapon nonetheless, so you have some range potential there as well. Yeah. So it's the truth for all classes in Guild Wars 2. You might have a profession mechanic that is somewhat suited around melee playstyle, but it doesn't mean that you cannot equip a ranged weapon to like circumvent some damage loss or something if you would go ranged. Yeah. Can you mention some graphic game setups that are what are must go to in World vs. World? So I would recommend, if you struggle with like a crazy amount of frames, you can also decrease all the ally names and enemy names shown. But this is my graphic setups that I would recommend. Effect LOD is a must. You should turn that on, so otherwise you get like crazy amounts of attacks that you don't want to see. And then you should set the character model limit to as low as you need. I go to lowest so that my FPS are not like completely butchered, but that's what I would recommend. The other settings don't matter too much. It's more about like your it's really just about your CPU and CPU single core performance. That's the most important thing, sadly. So this is what I have for my setup. There are a lot of people that have even more knowledge about how to optimize it. I just changed those because I can't be bothered to change everything all the time. But yeah, that's what works for me. Session Tracker, exactly. That's how it's called. Do you think Guild Wars 2 will coexist with Guild Wars 3? Yes. I think that would be the stupidest business decision ever to kill Guild Wars 2 if Guild Wars 3 comes out. I think they should coexist, somewhat similar to Guild Wars 1 now, that Guild Wars 1 gets updates. It's not the main game, but it gets updates, whereas in Guild Wars 3 will be the main game, and Guild Wars 2 and Guild Wars 1 will get updates when it comes out. That seems to be my realistic analysis of the situation, yeah. Do you have any specific goals for 2026 for account progression? Not really. I mean, I just want to get all the legendaries that will come out this year. So the ring, the accessory, and the last weapon that we will get, I really want to get those as soon as possible. And other than that, just have fun. You know, I want to push World vs. World a bit more. My current World vs. World rank is like almost 5k. So that's not very high for a veteran. So I really want to push that to as high as possible so that I have potentially that I have, how's it called? God of World vs. World title at some point. But it's a long-term goal. It's not something that needs to be done in 2026. Yeah. So we will see. Nothing crazy. It's more about content creation than it is about in-game goals, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah, shadows, good point. Shadows can also decrease the FPS if you have them high. Yep. What do you think about heal chrono in instance content? It's still best healer, if not, yeah, I would say best healer or very close to it. Yeah, it's still extremely strong. So if you like Mesmer as a healer, it's Chronomancer is a very, very good pick. It indeed is. Is Guild Wars 3 planned to come soon? So Guild Wars 3, we bring that up here almost every stream. Guild Wars 3 is not officially announced, so we don't know anything about it. We just drew conclusion from their job listings of their website, ArenaNet's website. So does that mean that is something that is on the table? 100%. Does that mean it will come in the next 5 years? We don't know. I expect that we will get some kind of announcement this year, maybe, but it's quite unlikely to impact your Guild Wars 2 gameplay other than it's currently already is for the next years. So if you enjoy Guild Wars 2 or if you're a new player and enjoy what you're seeing here, it's a really good time to start Guild Wars 2, because even if Guild Wars 3 will be announced, we still have multiple years until Guild Wars 2 is not the newest game for ArenaNet anymore. And even then, I think it will still be continued to be updated. So we don't have any official news, nothing confirmed yet. Yeah, there are always people that say it like that we should rework Guild Wars 2 instead of making a new game, but I think that's pretty much not what they are doing. I'm not judging here, I'm just saying that's not what it seems to be. You know, the game that they are developing seems to be an Unreal Engine, and Guild Wars 2 is not an Unreal Engine, so the only logical conclusion is that they are developing a new game. Yeah. I don't know, I think it depends a bit on what the game is. I agree with you, if Guild Wars 2 is exactly the same as Guild Wars 3 in terms of like how the gameplay loop is, what the general audience is, yes, I think Guild Wars 2 will decrease in player base extremely. But if the game is like a completely different game, like it's like, for example, a different audience that they are targeting, maybe it's a completely different mindset, you know, Guild Wars 2 is considered an MMO, maybe make the other game more RPG focused and less MMO style. Who knows, that could be the case. Then the audience is something different, and it will not instantly kill Guild Wars 2 because they are different target audience. I don't know, we will have to see. We don't know anything about this before we get the announcement. Yeah. Yeah. What stat do you go for on the support builds? It's full Minstrel. Full Minstrel. In World vs. World, always Minstrel. In PvE, you can also go Minstrel. I personally like to go Harrier just for a bit more like value, but it's not necessary. Minstrel there is also completely fine. Do you think it's better every time the material bank gets full to craft gifts and legendary precursors, or just select the materials? Depends a bit on what your goals are. I personally would say if you want to get legendaries in the future anyways, then I think save it and use them for the legendaries is the smartest choice. But if you just are not 100% sure what to do, then selling them is also good, because gold is always needed anyway. So I think like for most new players, just sell everything that you can on the trading post and get gold, because gold is always necessary, and the materials you can always repurchase if you really need them. Because otherwise you will just get so much shit in your bank and it will just clutter up all the time. Do you think we will have a balance patch February 3rd? I don't think so. I think the balance patch was like on mid of January, and I think they are not going for any big balance updates. I pretty much, maybe we will get some nerfs to crazy overperforming stuff, but I have to be honest, I don't actually see that even. Yeah, I think in most cases I would guess that it's staying exactly like it is, the balance, until, I don't know, April or something, when the next balance patch is scheduled. Yeah. Or is supposed to be scheduled. I don't know if it will be, but I suspect a 3-month like cadence. Yeah, that could be true. I think I'm with you there, Stu. I think it will be a completely different game. Guild Wars 2 is more open world focused, and I think the new game, if it will ever come out, will be not that open world focused, but something different so that they can cater to different audiences. That's just my guess. Yeah. Yes, thanks Alka for mentioning that. Exactly. Harrier is really good in PvE, but as soon as you go into World vs. World, you want to go Minstrel. So if you want to play one character in both game modes, go Minstrel, because Minstrel is in PvE also okay. It's not like always the best option, but it's also okay. But like Alka puts here a nice list of all the things that you can do with the builds. That's what you should listen to. Yeah. Welcome, Alka. Guten Tag. Yes. Exactly. I think, to be honest, if it's exactly like Fujio puts it, I think if the player base is too like stuck in Guild Wars 2 to switch to Guild Wars 3, I think that's also a win for ArenaNet. You know, they don't want their games to die. They just want to get a different audience, a new audience with the new game. So if the new game caters to a different audience and the old school audience of Guild Wars 2 is still there, they have two different audiences to cater to, two different income streams, maybe 3 if you count Guild Wars 1 as well. So that is like exactly what you want. You don't want to be a game studio that only has a single horse in the race, because what is happening if that is not gonna work well anymore? That's my logical assessment of that. Does that mean it's good or bad for me? Who knows? But that is something that is definitely what I would do. Yeah. I actually don't know. Maybe there will be a hotfix. That's what I expected. There will be a hotfix to the damage output of Conduit, for example. But I have to be honest, Conduit damage is very high, yes, but it's not like crazy above all the others. You know, it's like Conduit is like 53k maximum on the benchmark. And you have like DPS builds like Mechanist or something that is definitely not getting a nerf, in my opinion. But it's still at 47k. So there is a gap, yes, 100%. I think there should be a bit of a hot fix, but I think it's also somewhat okay if they would even leave it like it is. Because right now it seems like that the damage number is balanced around 45 to 50k DPS. And I think that they will leave it like that. So there might be a hot fix somewhat of turning down the numbers by 1, 2, 3% to Conduit, sure. But I don't see it being like that urgent, you know? Hopefully that makes sense. That's just my analysis there. Exactly. I agree. It's not healthy, but I'm not the balanced team dev. Yeah. So I always said that like years ago already that the balancing in Guild Wars 2 has a not a steep, but has an increase. You know, there is a power creep there, and this is something that is noticeable and that just increases over time. And I did not say that's good for the game, for the encounter design and stuff like that, but it's definitely noticeable, and they apparently are fine with it. So that's just how it is. That's just how it goes. And if ArenaNet says that's their game and they can do how they want to do it, then it will continue like that. And I don't see it changing. So I would say, yes, there might be a hotfix to Conduit coming, but I don't see the damage numbers going down below 50k again. That's not realistic. I think they are fine with builds being at 50k or touching it. Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm with you there. I think it's not healthy to have... I'm completely with you there, Peter. I think it's, for me, if you have an easy rotation, I made a whole video about this. I think if you have an easy rotation, the build should be able to be played as a DPS build. But it should suffer a bit in terms of high-end damage because it's easier to perform on. At the same time, I think a build that does fully range damage should also have less DPS than a build that is fully melee because the damage uptime is higher. The same goes for utility. If you have utility like invulnerability, like reflex or something in your base kit, then you should be able to deal a little bit less damage, because that is not something that is realistic, that every build has the highest damage, is perfectly balanced with every other build, but some builds have then utility in the kit. There are so many things, like, for example, how is the burst profile? Is the burst profile really like have crazy burst and then falls off, which is like almost always preferred? Or do you want like builds that are like having a little bit higher N DPS, but the burst profile is worse? I think that is way more interesting to balance around than having every single balance number being on the same. So I'm 100% with you there that you should balance according to this. But I think ArenaNet doesn't really take everything of that always into account. Sometimes they do, not everything though. Yeah. Because they also want casual people to reach 30 plus K. And I think that's completely fine. I think reaching 30 plus K is completely fine. But you don't want to have builds that are like crazy overperforming, and you will see that like in, for example, raids and stuff, when the new raid encounter comes out on February. If there is no balance patch attached to it, I would expect that probably like Snowcrows and all the other rather tryhard people are going for like 8 DPS conduits or something like that. That is, or like, yeah, I think that is seeming quite realistic. So yeah, not sure if that's a healthy design decision, but I guess that's just how it goes, you know. It's like an old game, it's hard to balance that. Yeah. After upgrading the raid system, will I still need to have some masteries to open the chest at the end of the strike missions? I don't know how that will work. I have no clue. I suspect the strike mission masteries will still apply to those chests and you will still be able to get those chests, but I have no clue. They didn't talk about it yesterday on the live stream. They didn't mention it on the blog post, so we will have to see until it drops. Yeah. Yeah. So I think it's really hard to balance a game where you have 90% of the player base being really casual, and then you have 10% of the player base being rather veteran and like somewhat tryhard. how do you balance? Who do you balance for? I think you balance for both and make some sacrifices for both, because you cannot balance it perfectly for both of them at the same time. So I don't want to be in their shoes. I don't. I think that's not a very nice place to be in, because there's always a big part of the community that is rather upset about your balancing. I don't know. It's really not easy. Not an easy task. Welcome. Good morning. Good morning. But it's like such a debate, you know. I made the video about this a while ago about power creep and balancing and stuff like that, and you can't imagine what comments I got. You know, I thought I was really like giving my opinion, sharing why I think like this, and asking for the opinion in the comments. You did not expect what kind of comments I got there. They were so unhinged, some of them at least. Some of them were like offending me for even telling that power creep is a bad thing, that like easy builds should like be the only thing that exists and stuff like that. It's crazy. People were so unhinged. You know, I did not say this is the absolute truth what I'm telling them, but people were offended by by me as a veteran telling them that it's not okay to reach like to one-shot bosses nowadays that we did not do before, and say that it's power creep. That was crazy to me. So like the casual audience in open world apparently really values their like, so to say, ease of using those crazy DPS numbers, and if they would be taken away from them, or like the healing numbers and all that stuff, they are offended by that apparently. So I think Arena is in a bit of a pickle here, because what do they do? Do they really nerf stuff down and offending 90% of their player base that don't care about it and still want to have the crazy numbers? Or do you like say, no, we cater to them, but then we have the steady increase of like DPS numbers for the tryhards? I don't know. It's really hard. Really hard. They talked about leyline and other masteries. Yeah, that is true. That is true. That was good that they talked about it, and you can see what masteries you need for the raids now. You could see that before as well. Now it's more clear. That's good. Imagine not all bosses having 100% clear rate. Yeah, I mean that's crazy. You know, in other MMOs that's like standard, but in Guild Wars 2, if that's the case, it's like, what? We don't have a 100% clear rate on Auric Basin? Oh my god. It has to be a panic, you know? Yeah, I don't know. That's just Guild Wars 2 at this point, yeah. Nice, we have some loot here. Very good. It's really nice. Like, I'm actually, a lot of people are farming for the Gift of Battle, and I'm farming for the reward track. And I like, this week I already got like 100 reward rank. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy how much like rank up chests I get and stuff. It's good. Yeah, but if you have any questions, just ask. I also really would like to talk more about the raid features and raid updates and stuff. And we will have a special guest here on stream in a couple of minutes, so be sure to stick around. We will talk about everything that was announced and share our opinion there. Yes. I think the key point here is how they communicate with the player base. They could clearly explain their balance rationale, then do what is actually best for them, the long-term health of the game. I think they've improved their communication in the last few years, but they could still improve. Yeah, 100%. I think 2025, especially the second half, they improved a lot on the marketing, on the communication in general. So I think that it's really noticeable that they made a big improvement there, but I'm with you there. I think they can still improve, especially when it comes to their balance rationale. I think a lot of the balance patch of the last one, we did not understand that much why they actually went for a specific change or specific build instead of another one that was not touched at all, even though it was also underperforming and stuff like that. They should just communicate a bit better, but also about the long-term health of the game. What is their goal? What do they want to do? Do they want to focus on raids, or do they focus on like open world balance, or both, or how does that work? I think that there is some things missing in the communication, 100%. But I think they improve. I agree. I'm still waiting for a proper explanation for the bullet catcher removal and warrior. Yeah, that is like, this was such a weird thing. I think the explanation was to balance the other defenses that you get from traits and utility skills that you have as a elite spec warrior. You have to remove core defenses of the staff, which is a core weapon, so to say. I know it's a Soto weapon, but it's like not an elite spec bound weapon. So that means that to balance that, they have to remove the defenses of like a used weapon for all game modes and make the defenses back into elite specs. I don't know if that's like, if that makes sense, to be honest, but that's what the argument was. That's what the argument was. Welcome, McPiler. Welcome, welcome. Love your content. I'm not playing Guild Wars 2 currently, but still watch your videos. Glad to hear that. Glad to hear that. Question, do you play any other MMOs? Yes, I play some other MMOs. I don't play any of them try hard enough to like stream like I do Guild Wars 2 in terms of like questions and answers and stuff. But if a lot of people are interested in me playing like a more mediocre style and less, more backseating, less like question and answer type of stream and stuff like that, sure. That is what I'm doing off stream, could do that on stream as well, yeah. I'm gonna come back after 2 years break. I'm looking for a fun build to try. Is it good at PvP and PvE? That is not too complex. Would you recommend one? But there are a lot of them. Depends what kind of class are you looking for, because then I can pin it down a bit better. So what kind of class are you most comfortable or would like to play? Because that's probably the thing that is the most interesting, and then we can go from there. I'm not playing an active world versus world guilds. I'm just sticking to the commander that is currently on the map. That's what I'm doing. Yeah. Is it just me, or aren't strike enchanters getting cooked on the currency next update? I think it's a little bit like of both. I'm with you there. I think the Iceblood Saga 5 strike missions will be a bit like less rewarding. We have to see how it works though. But for now it looks like it. Yeah, I'm with you there. It's a little bit weird, but that's how it is. Nothing very specific, but would prefer something ranged this time. Then maybe go for Mechanist. Like, no, maybe Mechanist is not that good in PvP. What is a good range spec? Gale Shot, probably. Gale Shot is not... The problem is, it depends what you want to do. You know, having a single build to play in all game modes, you probably have to leave the complexity a bit higher. If you want to play only a PvE build, then I can recommend Mechanist and Unload Deadeye, which is really easy, and they both are ranged, stuff like that. So it's always like a bit dependent on what you want to focus on. You know, PvP is like, for example, Mechanist, I would not recommend to play that. And also not necessarily Deadeye, for new player at least. So yeah, it's always a bit of a challenge to recommend a single class for all game modes for a low intensity new player. That's like a lot of things in one thing. Yeah, I 100% agree with you, Fucho. I think it doesn't make sense to me. I think Warrior was not in a state where you would say it's so broken you have to remove its defenses. I think they could have like buffed something else, maybe decrease or maybe increase the cooldown of it before removing the block. But such a crazy change that really hammers Warrior in terms of defense, I think I did not understand it either. I'm with you there. Yeah. I'm with you there. What are the other MSOs you're playing? I'm playing, I would say, off-stream. Right now, I don't play that many off-stream. Last month or before Christmas, I played, for example, Warframe. I play, which is considered somewhat of an MMO light, I would say. I did try Final Fantasy and World of Warcraft, but I did never get to like crazy like end game stuff that I do in Guild Wars 2. Yeah. Rifle Mechanist is good in World vs. World if you go the crit, bleed, cripple route. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, like Mechanist in World vs. World is okay, but in PvP I would not recommend it. It's really like for bronze or silver, it's okay, but as soon as you get into gold, it's like, yeah, you would probably want to have a different build there. Is Pistol Deadeye good in PvE? Yes, it is. In PvE, it's a good like low intensity build. Yes. Evoker is a good choice, probably. Yeah, yep. That's a good one. But the problem is Evoker can be very complex as well, and that's what I mean. You know, finding a build that is not complex but is really good in like almost all game modes. That's quite challenging. So Evoker probably suits it very well. Gale Shot suits it rather well because they are ranged. They are somewhat easy to get into, but hard to master. Yeah. But yeah. Just ask if you have any other question. Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's like Elementalist can be very spammy, but as an Evoker in PvE, you can go for the specialized elements trait still after the nerfs, and that makes it very like low effort, so to say. You just That's it. You don't play anything else than just pressing your single attunement cooldowns. So, yeah, farming in here. That's very good. That's how we like it. Just when they come in. Very nice, very nice. If I were to start playing Guild Wars 2 after 2 years, would you recommend that I create a new character? That's a very good question. I think for coming back to the game, it depends how much effort you want to put in. I personally would say if you already know how the game works and stuff like that, I think it's not necessary to create a new character, but it can ease the coming back. So I personally would say for me, I wouldn't do it, wouldn't create a new character. But for players that want to have an easy time and not get overwhelmed with all the mechanics all at once, I think it can make sense to create a new character and go from scratch, so to say. Yeah. You could have almost 12k LI if you got all the LI. That's crazy. That's a lot of them. I mean, I'm really interested to see how that works out with Raid God coming, how much they actually take that into account, how much you actually could have. And if they say, we wanted to make it impossible for you to already have it, or do you want to reward players that played raids for the last 10 years? So, very interesting. I'm really interested to see how they do it, because either way it will be content. Let's leave it like that. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I think it's very interesting, without even Raid God in mind, that we now have like almost 70 LI that we get per week if you do all the bosses and all the quick plays and stuff like that. That is a lot. That means that you can get the legendary armor essentially in 2 weeks, and that is just crazy. That's a lot of value for playing the same content. You don't have to do anything new in that regard. It's not like farming a new map or something. You still get this crazy amount. It's quite impressive. I would really like to hear their mentality, why they decided now it's the time to increase the LI count so much. Very interesting. I think the quick play solos is probably not a big deal, to be honest, Alka, because we already have Nomixia soloing like Bone Skinner in 8 minutes or something. It's like, yeah, or 7 minutes, I don't even know the number anymore, but it's like you could do that before the quick play. So I think that's not a big challenge, to be honest, doing that in quick play. It's more like, how fast can you do it? You know, that's more like it. So I think that will be very, yeah. It will not be Doom. That will be interesting. If Doom would be in quick play, that would be very interesting. How would you solo Doom or something? I'm not even sure if that's possible with the greens. Probably not, but who knows with the quick play if they actually change some stuff up. But yeah, this is very interesting to see how that one goes. Made 4 new characters when I came back recently. Been enjoying learning them. Yeah, glad to hear that. We need more new players. Experimental armor achievements still takes 5 weeks for the Gospel drop. That could be true. But I said essentially, you know, you get the legendary insights in 2 weeks. You are right. Of course, you have to also do, for example, you cannot get via the quick play achievements and progression or stuff like that you need to get, for example, the hard charged on like Cairn and Demos and that kind of stuff. So you have to do the normal mode for those. But you get essentially all the legendary insights in 2 weeks if you did all the bosses. It's obviously new player would probably not be able to clear Kadim 1 in the first week, or something like that, or Doom. But if they would, or if they wanted to, they can. And I think that's interesting. But yeah, you're right. I think it will still take probably 5 weeks if they don't change it for the Gospel drop and stuff like that. But I guess it's still the fastest legendary armor on paper. At least for the time effort you put in. Yeah. I'm sorry, Fucho. I'm sorry. I think that you can. The thing is, to be honest, you could get in 2 weeks to clear all raid bosses. You just have to join a raid training server and go for raid trainings. I think you just have to put more effort in. Yes, you would not be able to pack it, sure, that is very unrealistic, but you could actually be able to learn the bosses in a raid training server and then go back really try hard in those 2 weeks and could potentially clear all the bosses, because it's not as hard as it was before. The power creep really is noticeable in those older bosses, for sure. Just wanted to say thank you for the great guides. I just started playing a week ago, so helped a lot. Glad to hear that. Yeah. Grüße zurück. Yes, very nice, very nice. Glad to hear that. But yeah, I'm looking forward nonetheless to those changes. I think it's like, the quick play is not perfect. I think it should have more raid bosses or actual raid bosses in there, for sure. But personally, I think it's like, it's a really good step in the right direction. And if they continue to improve the quick play, especially for raids, I actually see a bright future for the raiding scene. But I'm not sure if they do it in time or if it's just like something that they push out now and then it's slowly tripling along. And then I'm not sure if like the raid scene actually keeps staying alive. But for now, I actually see the raid update to be a big net benefit. I really think so. The quick play is okay if with the next rotation they include wing 1, 2, 3, or 4. Yeah, exactly. You know, if they would include raids, at least one of the easy ones in there with the next update or whatever, then everything is fine. But if they just leave it like it is, I think it's a really nice system that is just not fully implemented, so to say. So having like wing 1 or like, let's say wing 4, those two are considered one of the easiest raid wings. If they would be in the quick play with like a very easy version of like, for example, like Guardian and stuff, then I personally think that would make the system like a whole lot better, because then you could actually explore content as an open world only player that you never saw before. And now it's like, nah, you could still see the strike missions in the story. It's not something crazy new. Yes, you might not have done the specific content, but it's definitely something different than having a completely new environment that you never saw, new story and stuff like that. So yeah, that's why I think they could have done it a bit better with the quick play specifically, but I'm happy that we get it nonetheless, because I think it should improve the transition from open world players to PvE instance enjoyers quite a bit, yeah. So what do we have here? Utility primer for 2 hours costs 12 silver each. So 12-hour use costs like 1.5 gold. Interesting. So 50 shards, the cost use for 50 unlimited. Okay, 2 gold. With current numbers from fast farming. If converting to trophy shipments, 50 shards is 83 silver. That's interesting. So it's like, actually, you can make quite a, that's interesting. If that's all unlimited, we don't know if that's the case, but then there might be a big influx of like there might be quite a bit of influx then of like materials. Very interesting. I'm not sure how they balance that though. I think they thought about that before. I think Arena is really good with like economic decisions. And I think they know what they are doing. Would be very surprised if they didn't know. Yeah. My inventory can't handle this world versus world event. Yeah, I mean, the nice part is my inventory, I have like, I don't know, like 5 reward tracks or 6 or 7 since I started playing this event. And if you have the repeating reward track on, it's actually not that much. You don't get that much loot. It's just stacking on top of each other. But of course, if you have like not the repeating on, you can have like the full inventory full of different boxes. Yeah, that is not that nice. But I mean, at least we get loot, you know, so we should be happy about getting more loot for playing World vs. World. I'm always happy to get more loot for the stuff that I anyway enjoy. Yeah. That's good. But yeah, I will be very interested to see like how the economy turns out. Like, is magnetite farming, shards farming, is that like something that is like on your mind? Is that something that you really want to have? And magnetites are really important? Or is it just something that you get, but they are not that like crazy valuable, and you sink them in your raid god and into your account bound stuff? Because that is very interesting to me. I have some magnetite shards. I have a lot of blue prophet shards. The question now is that something that is worthwhile, or do we have just to farm a lot after the event drops with the new crazy amount that we can get after that? Who knows? Yeah. How do I set up my UI so that the damage over times are shown as the big numbers instead of smaller ones? That is a single setting in the game. Let me showcase this. It's somewhere. It's somewhere. There. No, wait. I just saw it. Where was it? Combat. It's called simple condition floaters. It's somewhere. It's somewhere. There should be a search option, to be honest. Is it? No, it's not in graphics. In general options, it's somewhere. It's called simple condition floaters. There, show simple condition floaters. There it is. I just scrolled over it. This one, if you enable it, you will see the different popping, and if you disable it, you see it like I do with the different like burning and poison and that stuff. Because I think for a veteran, that's the typical way of doing it. Yeah. What runes would you recommend for healing Chronomancer if I refuse to run dungeons for the monk runes? You can go for water runes or like even, yeah, water runes probably is a really solid easy pick because you can get from the trading post. And yeah, that's my tip there. Is there a cheaper way to get in power infusions with agony besides agony infusions? Yes. Besides ghostly infusions? Yes. You can get the, how are they called? Holy luminescent infusions, and there are some power infusions that are rather cheap. So the condition damage one here, the red one is cheap, and is there power damage one? No, I guess not. I guess you're right. The ghostly ones might be the best for conditions. Those are the cheapest, but for power you might be right. For power it might be better to get the ghostly ones. And of course you can get them from fractals as well. So if you play a lot of fractal CMs, you get the weird matrix, and you can then exchange that for the other one as well. So if you want to play a lot of fractal CMs, that is probably the best way of getting it. I can't believe they haven't done a roadmap. Yeah, I was hoping for a roadmap as well, because we didn't really, we got a small teaser before Christmas, but we didn't get a real like update, like with the next 3 months covering, like February, March and April. We didn't get a real like what is coming. So I hope we get a roadmap, but I don't know. You know, at this point I have no clue if they say no, roadmaps only happen in every like half a year or something. Who knows? We will have to see. Either way, I'm excited what they will tell us in a roadmap in the next one, because that's quite exciting. I would say water. It's really, the water rune is probably the best choice. You could go guardian as well, but you really want to have some boon duration in the rune. So I would say water is your only really good option there, except monk. Monk and water are typically the ones that I would say is like top tier picks for healing. The new agony lens infusions is the cheapest, ghostly cheapest on TP. Ah, okay, good to know, good to know. But you have to, of course, you also have to like play fractal quickplay to get those then. Yep. Ah, my squad is running away. Thanks, Alka, for mentioning that. Almost forgot. Yes, good point. But they also change your appearance, so if you don't want that, then it of course can be a bit annoying. But good point, good point. Good. Toy infusions are also, yeah, there are nowadays so many infusions. I just not that much into infusions, you know. I either get the fractal ones or the world versus world ones. I'm not min-maxing here. But yeah, good point. There are so many ones that you can also purchase. But always, that's the sad part, infusion changes your appearance. So if you like your appearance without the infusion and you still want to get the stats, then probably getting the fractal one is the best choice. Hope your day is going well. Would you say Power Amalgam is still in a good state in PvP and World vs. World PvE? So in PvE, it's 100% in a good state. In PvP, Power Amalgam was never like a crazy good pick. It's more like a hybrid, so Condi power-based mix. And that is actually still good. It's not like top tier anymore, I would say, but we will see how the tryhards in the PvP monthly AT that's up tonight will play that. But I personally would say it's not as broken as it was before. But in PvE, Power Amalgam is still crazy. Yeah, really good. How's World vs. World currently? When I last played, they were doing stuff like changing from servers to guild transfer or something. It's guild-based now. So you have to select your guild and change your team according to your guild and join your guilds then. And you can then have the same server system. but it's guild-based and not like server-based, so to say, anymore, yeah. So World vs. World is, I would say, for new player a bit more confusing to get into, but for veterans it's quite comfortable with guilds and how you can actually play with your friends all the time and have really good matchups, hopefully all the time. Yeah, it's somewhat like Celestial Amalgam in... It's like in PvP, it's Tyrant Amulet. That's the one that you play in PvP. In World vs. World, you typically play Trailblazer or Celestial if you really wanted to. And in PvE, you play Power or Condi. So Viper or Berserker. Something like that, yeah. So Amalgam has a lot of different builds going around. But most of them are actually really solid. My old guild still plays, but I'm pretty sure they have kicked me. Yeah, I mean... If you still play World vs. World or want to play it again with your guild, now it's better than ever to play it with your guild. But it's a system that is for a new player that never played World vs. World, never was in a guild. That can be a bit more confusing because you never know how do I join my group? How do I get there? Yeah, that is a bit more annoying. Yeah. Ooh, they are attacking Stone Mist. Interesting. Let's try to defend it. But yeah, I think in general, like a lot of the stuff that they're doing, especially with the upcoming patch with the raid and the quick play, but also in the past, I think a lot of the stuff is actually improving the new playability, new player onboarding experience. It's just the World vs. World alliance system that is not perfect in my opinion, because it's just like, what does it mean a server? How do I get to play with my friends? It's not that well explained. And I think that's a general issue with tutorials in Guild Wars 2. But I think the onboarding experience for Fractal, for raids coming up with the next update, it's actually improving quite significantly. So if you're listening to the stream and are a new player and are on the fence what to play, I think Guild Wars 2 is actually having quite nice improvements done to the systems. And hopefully that continues with, for example, fashion templates and stuff. But we will have to see. We don't know anything about those yet. Sad the commander locked off. We were so like stable here. Nothing happening here. Guild Wars 2 has the best water graphics in a video game I've ever seen. Yeah, the water is pretty high quality work, especially the flawless transition between land and water is made very well. I mean, I have to be honest, Kite, I did not check that out like in that detail, but that sounds like you did, and I agree. The water in Guild Wars 2 looks quite good. Yeah, I think they made some nice points with like, especially the shadow updates. Even though it like made my FPS sometimes unstable, it also is actually improving the look of the game quite a bit. Oh, we have a dead eye. Can we? Oh, this was an important dodge, my friend. Jumping from underwater into the air on Skimmer is awesome. I agree. I think that looks really clean. Really clean. So, is that a fight that I want to engage in? I don't know. Looks like a bit dangerous, to be honest. What? This is just an open world brawl, nothing, no tags here, just random fighting. Classic EBG, classic EBG. First thing I checked in a new game is always the water. That's so interesting. I mean, I have never thought about it, but I guess it tells a lot about the quality of the game. Yeah, I guess that's interesting, very interesting. Welcome, awesome, welcome. Very interesting, but I like I said, I did not notice that much, but I think if I think about the water, and especially with the skies, with the Skimmer and the Visions of Eternity maps, I think they did a really good job with the water. I agree with you. It's just not on my mind all the time. Like you say, you check it directly in the beginning of the starting playing a game, but it's definitely, it's like good argument. I think it's true, yeah. Are there any 100% must-do settings in Guild Wars 2? I think for me in competitive modes, or in the important part is in PvP, you want to deactivate Effect LOD. Yeah, Effect LOD is probably the setting that's the most important one that you have to switch on and off depending on your situation. So if you play PvP, meaning Conquest 5 versus 5, push, Stronghold, even whatever you play, you have to deactivate this setting. Because this means that you will see every single attack on screen, which is obviously extremely important. Because you want to see that the enemy Harbinger is casting its Harbinger 5 Shroud skill, and you can dodge it. If you have effect LOD turned on or off, whatever you like to see, so the check this box, then you will not see every single attack anymore. That means that the game, if you are in a 50-person squad, is way less like flashy and you don't see anything anymore because there are only flashbangs on your screen, but you will also not see every single attack, which is not necessary in a 50 versus 50 fight, like in World versus World or a group event in PvE, but it will be important in PvP. So that's why you have to change the setting all the time. And I think for me, that's the most important setting. But there are a lot of other settings that are important. So for example, I think it's really important that you have your field of view to the maximum. You know, if you decrease the field of view, you have this instead of like, you cannot zoom out further. The field of view should be to the maximum so that you actually see way more of the environment and can actually dodge attacks and stuff like that. There are a lot of really important settings that no one explains you why you should use them. I have a guide about it, but not in the game. So yeah, that's just 2 of them that I mentioned here. Yeah. But yeah, double tap to dodge is also horrible. You want to bind dodge to 1 key bind and don't have to press double the amount of keys to get the dodge out because typically you're dead before you can make that work. There are a lot of things that are important to change, but no one tells you if you don't look outside the game. So, I remember back in Heart of Thorns, there were rumors about underwater expansion in the future and the community didn't happen though. Yeah, there were a lot of rumors and I would say they were quite smart to not make an underwater expansion if like half of the player base just doesn't like underwater combat. And the other half, even if they like it, they don't mind that it's missing, you know? So would you really like try to go hard on underwater combat if no one is really like sad that it's not there, or most people are not sad? It's challenging. I think they made a smart decision to not go too hard in underwater, but there were rumors, yes, there were, yeah. I have effect LOD ticked and still looks too much. Yeah, I mean that's just how the game is, you know. It's just too flashy for new players to learn, and even for veterans to see every single attack. It's just how it is. It's really hard to learn every single attack and mechanic and stuff. You just have to slowly be patient. You will get better at the game and at reading attack patterns and stuff like that. Yeah, underwater is not for everybody. I'm also not the biggest underwater enjoyer. I'm not saying it's terrible. I think it could be worse. But I would rather play on land. You know, on land combat is just way better. It's just so much better. But who knows? You know, that's just my experience. Is there a queue? We have a 60-person queue and we don't even have anything happening on the map. That's like EBG. That's in a nutshell EBG. It's crazy. Oh man. Let's wait for a bit longer and maybe swap to another map to get some roaming going instead of like waiting in the Stormless Castle. Learn what AoE attacks you can completely ignore. Learn what deals damage, moderate damage, and which ones to completely avoid. Yeah, I think it's like being patient, trying to understand what kind of AoE does what, helps you in the long run. Yeah, you cannot learn everything on day one, but you will slowly improve at reading the attacks. Yeah, so there are some attacks that are really well telegraphed, there are some attacks that are really badly telegraphed, and a lot of attacks are just somewhere in the middle. So you have to read and learn all of them. That's just how it typically goes. So there are like 3 people, 4 people here. Nah, we can get this kill here, I'm pretty sure. And maybe this guy. Oh, there's how many people are there? Like a lot. We should just get the kill and leave. There we go. Yeah, exactly. So typically orange circle mean you move out of the group, you have a negative attack on you. if you get a green circle, you typically stack on top of each other. And if you have like a white ring around you, I can showcase this. This is happening in a second. This will mean that you get a... Will it happen? Oh, it's combat only, okay. So if you have a white ring around you, you'll see the attack that will be giving to allies some wounds and some healing and stuff. So it's like there are some patterns in the telegraphing, but sadly some of the attacks are orange, and even though they are friendly, some attacks are like light orange, like for example Necromancer, Harbinger, no, not Harbinger, Scourge Shroud or Spectre Shroud mechanics. They have some orange thing, even though they are like healthy or helping you and giving you barrier and stuff. It's a little bit weird, but there is a pattern on some of the attacks. You just have to slowly learn them. That's how it works. Welcome, Sidon. Welcome, welcome. Glad you enjoy my videos. More to come. Oh my god. There are a lot of people that instantly jump on me, but it's okay. There's nothing happening anyway. Funny story, I avoided raids for years, mostly only played World vs. World. It's okay to stand in red circles. Imagine my surprise knowing you can't do that in raids. Yeah, it's interesting. In competitive modes, red circles still mean typically bad, but the thing is, it doesn't mean that you, so to say, die instantly. In PvE, some of the mechanics instantly kill you if you stand in a red circle. In competitive modes, you have to understand that oftentimes you have red circles like on this person, and on this person. So if you want to move here in the middle, you have to move through the red circles. If you know there is damage coming, you can either dodge it, you can either like mitigate it with protection or stuff like that. So red circles in competitive modes don't necessarily mean don't stand in there, they just mean be careful. In PvE, a lot of times red circles mean do something, move out, or move with the red circle somewhere else, but PvE is way more restricting you on what you have to do with a red circle than in competitive modes, because competitive modes, red circles just means there is something negative. But you have to decide if that's worth still going there. Yeah, good point by Future. It's different in World vs. World. It's more like for PvE. Yeah, glad you liked it. I have more opinion videos and stuff coming up. Yes. Yeah, it's exactly like Necromancer marks are also the same, like Alcards. There are so many weird things with like, what is telegraphed, how? And sometimes it's not even consistent within a class. It's so crazy. I think telegraphing in Guild Wars 2 got better over the years, but it's still very confusing for new player to look at a telegraphing attack and think, oh my god, I have to dodge this. Good example is, for example, if you play Spear on Revenant. You get those stacks where you get like this aura and get a damage buff and stuff like that. And then when you weapon swap, you get an attack that is orange and that has like this expanding circle and does damage then around you. And this is obviously dealing damage to the enemies, but it looks like you got targeted by an enemy attack that will deal damage to you. And if you're a new player, you will 100% think, oh my god, I have to dodge or something. But it's actually your friendly attack that looks like an enemy's attack. It's so weird. The Guild Wars 2 has so many of those like telegraphing things that are meant as a guidance, but are just confusing in the end. Yeah. Maybe I missed it, so I will ask again. Do you have a favorite video for a new player? I want to convince my girlfriend to start playing Guild Wars 2 with me. Should I show her a trailer, or do you have something better in mind? I think it's really hard. It depends a bit what kind of player you want to get the game towards to, you know? Some players like to see World vs. World because it's just the chaotic thing that they like. Some players want to see the story. So then it's good to showcase them a trailer or some kind of epic event. If you want to play it, get them into PvP, for example, you should maybe show them a nice PvP match or maybe a monthly AT cast or something like that. I would say it's not for everybody the same. I have made a video like something around like 7 reasons to play Guild Wars 2, and then I mentioned different reasons, but this is more for players that don't know anything about the game. So it's showcasing multiple different things. Doesn't mean this is like the best to show for your girlfriend there in Discord. Yeah, I mean, if you really like the exploration and cutscenes and stuff, then I think showing a normal trailer from, like, for example, Visions of Eternity trailer or something, I think that is pretty much your best bet then. I think the Visions of Eternity trailer is pretty good and is exactly catering to this type of player, I would say. Yeah. Attack stacks auras too, like Elementalist, Fire, Water, Electric stacks that show on your character are kind of not too visible in combat. Yeah, and the spear attacks on Necromancer. Yeah, there are so many things that can be a bit annoying. I agree. What are they doing? There's nothing happening here. So sad. And it's a 60Q. It's crazy. It's so crazy. Hopefully we get a commander at some point. I just want to have some Zerg fights, you know, so that we can actually show off some Luminary gameplay. In-game cutscenes are pretty clean in Guild Wars 2. I think they have pretty clean in-game cutscenes, but I have to be honest, in the last few expansions, I didn't see that many anymore. I think the last really big cutscene where I would say like, oh my god, that was like crazy good, was like the Seros cutscene. That was really good. And I personally would say like for example, there are quite a good amount of cutscenes. I don't want to spoil anything, but like Heart of Thorns beginning has a really good or end of like season 2 has really good cutscene. I don't know. I feel like cutscenes in Guild Wars 2, it depends heavily on what kind of cutscene you are referring to. Some of them are awesome. Some of them, yeah, are decent. Heart of Thorns beginning with Gridlock is also good. I don't know. Yeah, I think Visions of Eternity, probably the trailer is... That's probably what I would show other players to get into the game. Because I think Visions of Eternity, the trailer was pretty well made, and it is a really nice like atmosphere while also showing the maps. I think that is actually pretty solid. Mirage is too fast. Will you chase after the new titles? Yes, I will do that. I cannot guarantee that I will get everything. I'm not too much like into getting like crazy tryhard titles. I try to get them, but what is this guy is like killing himself? Okay. But I'm definitely interested in those titles for sure. I want to get Raid God. I think that's a really funny one to get for sure. To collect all the God titles, yep. But I'm not sure if I will get all the Mentor titles, for example, or whatever they all announced. But I'm happy that they make stuff like that. The same goes for the leaderboards. I will probably not engage with the leaderboards, but I really like that they make that. Like, this is a really cool system to keep veterans, tryhard players somewhat interested. And I think that's exactly what we want, yeah. Because even if you don't engage with it, it's good to have that so that veterans can engage with it and stick around. That's my opinion there. Yeah, I agree with you. The logo coming out of this like black background and expanding of Visions of Eternity, that's so clean. I actually, in the beginning of my videos, when this was like rather new, I always had some trailers in the background, and I always tried to leave that at least once in the video, the logo animation, because I think it's so good. It's so good and so clean. I really wanted to have that in there, even though it didn't provide any value to the video itself. I just really like to showcase a really clean trailer. So that is true. That is a good point. The leaderboard in the Raid God title basically means it respects the veterans and tryhards, which they haven't shown for a long time, especially for raids. That is true. Yeah, I think that is something that is a big plus. And I hope they will continue to do that, like for maybe World vs. World as well. I think World vs. World is a game mode that they have ignored for the last few years, except with the alliance system. So I hope they will also do something to make it a bit more intriguing for veterans as well. Maybe make PvP a bit more intriguing. Maybe make like, I don't know, just make it really say to the veterans, we know you are there. We want you to have continue to play the game, to have a reason to continue enjoying it. Yeah. This was a power build I was running with the Greatsword. It's a classic power luminary build, nothing special. Yeah. What would you advise for someone to get into raids? I'm bummed out that the upcoming raid updates are all about merger and some quality of life updates, not making it more accessible to newbies. I'm in an A server and late LFG looks like an online shopping menu. Yeah, that's a little bit sad, that is true. I would say personally, if you want to get into raids, your best bet is join a raid training server or join a Discord server in general to find a group. Yeah, because that is typically what is your safest bet, because that will give you the most pleasant experience while also teaching you everything that you need about raids, hopefully. And then you can use the LFG more often and advertise your own groups or stuff like that if you want to. But I would say the best bet is definitely going for like raid training in Crossroads Initiative. Yeah, raid training Initiative, Crossroads in, that's it. I'm not mixing it up, yes, those two. And you can even like snaps is also good, like for finding statics if you're into that. So if you're into raids or want to get into raids, that's probably your best bet there. But it's a little bit sad, yeah. In-game tools are not always the best option. You can create your own groups if you wanted to. That is also fine. And the quick play helps with that, for sure. I think quick play is not something that is like making the situation worse. I think the quick play really helps to get into that kind of content. But you have to understand that it's mostly the quick play strike mission bosses. It's not a real raid boss in there. Yeah. Exactly. Thanks, Fuchio. Yeah, exactly. Raid Academy. Yep, exactly. Guild Wars 2 Academy. Yeah, thanks for mentioning. I'm currently playing on Grand Store. Grand Store, yeah. This is like a weird server. We have always the most amount of kills, but we never care about objectives. So it's quite funny to play because we always get like crazy amounts of loot. That's why I play it. But I can switch around. I just want action. That's it. I don't care about winning or losing. I just want a lot of action and people playing. Exactly. But yeah, if you have any questions, just ask. Yeah. Nice, you're on the same server. Very good. But hopefully we get a commander here very soon. I mean, we are somewhat of a Zerg here already, so just need a commander. And then we can like farm them again, hopefully. We will see. But yeah, either way, I think like I'm playing a lot of World vs. World during this week, if you're wondering. And not next week, the week after next week, I will play a lot of quick play raids and stuff, of course, because that's the new feature. So just mentioning it here, I'm not always playing only World vs. World. It's just during this like really alive times, it makes a lot of sense. What does it take to be a commander? So first of all, there is only an item in the game where you can get like create a squad, and then you can make a squad, so to say, have the tag on top of you, like an icon. But this is like only gold. You have to invest some gold, a couple of 100 golds, and then you get the tag. That's it. And what does it take to be a commander? Necessarily everyone can be the commander and people follow around this commander, but of course you should know what you're doing. You should not just say, I'm a new player, I spent the gold and I can command people. That is not always the smartest choice, because in World vs. World specifically, you should also, like, if you really want to be tryhard, be on Discord and tell them, now dodge, now use your bomb there, like resustain, I don't know, something like that. That is important. So a commander is more like it's just a name for a person that leads you. In the game itself, it's just an item that you can purchase, and then you have the tag, which has a specific item on top of your character. But it's not something that I would say is recommended for new players, because it also in competitive modes means that you actually understand what you're doing. And that's why I'm not tagging up right now, because first of all, I am not that good of a commander, and second of all, I stream right now, and you should not do two things at once if you are a commander, because then you cannot concentrate on actually shout calling and stuff like that. Yeah. Of course, I would like to be a commander myself, but I think that the problem is doing, like I said, making, like reading chat, watching my own gameplay, and telling people that actually play with me how to play the game is pretty much too much. You know, you can, at some point you have to say, okay, that's too much. I cannot concentrate on everything all at once. That's why. Yeah. And the thing is, in World vs. World, like Fuji also puts it here, it doesn't matter what you do as a commander. It's that people are always complaining. You know, people are complaining that you are not commanding well enough. People are complaining if you're not tagging up. There's always a lot of pressure on you, and if you at the same time are also like doing something else, your commanding skill will go down. So you should not put pressure on you by yourself and others on top of that. So I think commanding is that's why you don't see as many commanders as you would like to see, because it's just a lot of pressure applied by a lot of sources. Yeah. Exactly, and stream sniping exists as well, which is really annoying. So oftentimes, even if you're a really good commander and you want to stream and showcase some nice gameplay, that other players just target you from the enemy team and kill you specifically because you are streaming, or they are knowing where you are on the map, so you can never do a secret push or anything. So this is oftentimes, if you want to go try hard and be a commander, typically you don't stream. That's just sadly the case, which is quite annoying, because I feel like that really limits the social media of how well World vs. World can be played, quite to like YouTube videos. That's about it. You cannot really see anybody playing like actively and talking to chat about why they play World vs. World like they're currently doing. It's a little bit sad. No damage. No damage connected. That's a little bit sad. Maybe you can get this kill though. Nope. That's annoying. I have again the data on me. Almost got it. If I got the second hit off, I think I one-shot this guy. I have a problem with Mistward leggings achievement. How do I get the white version of the scale leggings? I have no clue. Maybe someone in chat knows. I don't know. I have no clue how that works. I don't know. Yeah, you could stream with a 5-minute delay. Welcome, Pupsy Mousy, by the way. Welcome. Yeah, I think that might be a smart choice. But then again, why are you streaming in the first place? You know, that I think a 5-minute delay is leading to you not interacting with your chat at all. So then you could just make a video out of your content. So that's the sad part. So I think streams are all about agreeing, like, or talking with the chat. And if you stream content that is, so to say, you need to delay to make the content actually good, then you cannot interact anymore. So what do you choose, you know? And I feel like oftentimes you choose making good content but don't interact with chat, and then you could just make a video, sadly. No, I'm like mad respect for making that, and I think that's awesome, and you should do it more. Please do so. I would be in the chat all the time. I just think personally, it's like, for me, at least for me personally, I would be very stressed to be a good commander while also making, so to say, my stream entertaining and not only talk to the people in the squad. That's why I personally would say that. Yeah. But if you can make it work, sure. I mean, then all good. I mean, I don't want to offend anybody here. You know, maybe I'm just bad at multitasking. Maybe that's it. Who knows? How to set up Golem for Boon Chronomancer? I mean, to just use the normal Golem setup, like exactly the same as they mention in Snowcrows. Nothing special there. Just the normal conditions that you would always apply, and don't apply slow more than you need to, because that's the weird condition there. Because you cannot expect it in a pack group to have slow up all the time. So just the normal setup. Welcome, Cactus Fish. Welcome. Is Tempest support good in World vs. World? Is it viable in the current meta? Yes. So full support Tempest with Minstrel or something, and Dagger Focus, or even Staff if you really wanted to. That is a really solid choice. Or Dagger. Those are really, really good. Dagger Warhorn. You have a lot of options, to be honest. So I think Tempest is really underrated. People don't play enough Tempest, and I think the problem is Tempest is a class that shines the most in like squads that have like organization going on, because you have like nice Condi cleanses. You cannot provide that much stability, so you really want to have, for example, a stability luminary with you, but it can replace a druid, for example, because it's actually a quite solid, like, just pick. I think Tempest is a really solid support pick, yeah. I did it because it was good, bait to initiate fights. That's smart. You know, you got the content to yourself. That's smart, very smart. Of course, you have to actually get some acknowledgement before people actually know that you are streaming. But that's good. I like that. Yeah. I feel offended that you don't want to offend anyone here. Nah, I think it's like, I think we are all playing the game for fun. And I think the right mindset of content creators should be, I want to make the game a better place. I don't want to make the game toxic or negativity driven. So that's why I always try to not offend anybody. I might not share the same opinion with you, and I will tell you that, but I never try to offend anybody. Even if I lose a PvP match because you misplayed or something, I will not flame you or something. I think that's not healthy. Not healthy at all. Everyone wants to play. Yeah. Just playing now, Minstrel Dagger works well. Yeah, it's really good. It's really underrated, yes. In Modern Guild Wars 2, support without constant stability is useless? I wouldn't say so, to be honest. In World vs. World, you can have your squad set up in a way that you have a stability provider while also having like a healer with you. You know, you don't need to be the stability provider if you can, so to say, have a stability provider already in your subgroup and have a second support that focuses more on healing and condition cleansing, because that's not necessarily the strength of current like Luminary setup. I think you can make it work. I'm with you there. I think stability is really important, but I think if you have a squad well set up, you don't need like every healer to have full stability uptime. I used to have DPS Weaver for World vs. World, but it really sucks. I'm thinking about switching to Heal Tempest. I think DPS Weaver is, in the current meta, like in 99% of the cases, is like quite challenging to make work. It is really satisfying if you can make it work, but a lot of cases it's better to go like a support Tempest or support in general, yeah. I think support is, in the current meta for Elementalist, a bit better than DPS. But you can play Spear, you can play Staff, you can play Weaver. There's a lot of different classes and combinations that you can make work, but it's not meta. That is true. They buff Weaver, yes, but it's not. Weaver is not like top tier in competitive modes. Far from it, I would say. Yeah. Exactly. I don't even know what we are doing here. I don't know what we are doing here. But apparently they attack our Stone Mist Castle and we get loots for that. I guess that's fine. But yeah, as usual, if you have any questions, if you watch the stream, have some new player questions, don't be shy, don't hesitate, just ask, you know. The worst that can happen is that we don't know the answer to your question. For us, the worst. But just ask. So, I'm doing good, Eric. How are you doing? Yeah, I'm excited about the new announcement and the developer live stream from yesterday. I'm looking ahead to the new patch, and hopefully that will be a big plus for what we get. For what we get in the future. Hopefully that will continue to be like that. Oh, there's a thief here. Why are the thieves always porting as soon as I engage? That's so sad. I'm kind of scared regarding the patch. Really? I mean, I think the patch does not provide like a lot of open world, doesn't provide any open world, I would say. But I think it provides new stuff to enjoy. Oh my god, they actually got a rally here. Oh my god, did they get away? Oh my god, we have to kill them. Okay, someone pulled them. Okay, I was like really scared to not get the kill there. But I think the patch is looking good. I think it looks promising. I'm with you there that the patch is not the biggest one as far as we know for now. But it's a nice update. And it should help people getting into raids. What do the numbers on the stability boon mean? Is it the number of CCs that are blocked? Yes, exactly. So if you get 5 stacks of stability, it means it blocks the next 5, or doesn't block them, but it, so to say, negates the CC, the crowd control. So if I get 5 stacks of stability, that means that, or 3 here, that the next 3 attacks, 5 attacks, depending on what you negated, with a weird interaction in World vs. World. So if you get like 100 CCs in a second, that has a little bit of a different functionality, but that's not really important for new players. So in the end, it works exactly like that. The amount of stacks tells you how many attacks are negated. and whenever you apply a new stack, that just means you get a new stack, and the duration will stay the same. So you cannot increase the duration of your old stability stacks, so they don't refresh. Exactly. Don't get me wrong, I'm playing Raids and Strikes. I'm gonna miss my daily Icebrood Saga 5s. Yeah, I'm not completely convinced, because they didn't tell us specifically that they remove the Icebrood Saga strike chests. You know, so the, how is it called? The essence chest from Biora Marches and stuff. They did not specifically confirm that they removed that, so maybe they stay there on top of the Magnetite shards, maybe. But I'm playing almost every single day Icebrood Saga 5 strike missions because I just like this fast-paced, easy content. But I'm a bit sad if they would remove all the dailies from that. That is a little bit sad, I agree. While I like concept of World vs. World, the moment I see Thief of any spec, I just know that I will be waiting for respawn. They always destroy me. Yeah, I mean, Thief is a annoying thing to fight. Especially if you're not as skilled as the Thief, then you just will get farmed over and over. That is a little bit painful. Yes, I agree. But don't worry, that's even me happening all the time, that I get killed by a Thief because they're just annoying to fight. Why Thieves are porting away from you? They can smell danger? I guess. I mean, it's like playing a DPS like Luminary here is quite likely. Quite likely. So this is a good build to counter Thief because you have a lot of burst damage, and that's what Thieves don't like. But it's just unlucky because we were like 10 players and they actually ported away in exactly the moment that I port in. Of course, they didn't know that I will port in, so it was just lucky at this point. But I agree. I think they should port away if I engage so that they don't have that much. Oh, we have some damage incoming here. So I think we get some nice kills here. They are overcommitting a bit, maybe. Maybe they're just baiting us. Troubadour, Thief. They are too evasive. We cannot get them, sadly. Ooh, the Troubadour, like 8k hits? So. Nice, we got them. That's the burst that I'm talking about. That's the burst that I'm talking about. Get the stomp here. Oh, they don't get the stomp. I guess they want to get the damage. Oh my god, they want to get the rest. Oh, they got the rest. Oh my god. That's sad. That's a little bit sad. I guess we will disengage here for now. My Eternal Ice Shards farm will go away. I'm not sure if it will go away, but it will definitely be not as good anymore. That is definitely the case. So we should get a damage here, maybe? No. That's actually a weird fight, I have to be honest. Oh my god. No, I have to disengage that, I'm not sure. They're just targeting too much on me. So, another thing, your active vocabulary has expanded insanely over the last few months. Glad to hear that. I mean, I'm always trying to improve. If that means speaking better, having better vocabulary, always up for that. Of course, if you have any feedback, I'm always happy to improve. Of course, be constructive about it. Don't say my stream is shit. That doesn't really help me. Tell me why it's shit. That's helping. So, just to mention that, yeah. Yeah, we still don't have any. We have one tag. Now we have one tag. That's good. We have repellent roops. That's what we want. We have a commander. That's good. Now we can finally go back into the action. I have full Harrier's build and can still do good raids in as a support. Yes, it is. Full Harrier is really good as a healer. It's really, really good. That's definitely a really good choice. Yeah. I'm thinking about giving the Guardian a new chance. Should I give my DH a new chance, or should I go and try give Luminary a chance first? I think it depends. Both of them are really good. Like, they play rather similar. In competitive modes, I would say Luminary is a bit better because it has more utility with the Forge. But that's just me, you know, that's just what I like the most. That doesn't mean you should do that as well. And choose what you like. Both of them, especially in PvE, they are both really good, like really good. Yeah. So the Snow Gold gear choices, assuming you're tanking, exactly. So if you are not the tank, Harrier is perfectly good. If you want to be the tank, I think typically in pack groups you want to go Givers or Minstrel, just to make sure that you always stay the tank. If you are somewhat of a... Okay, I'm playing the offensive build now. Okay, let's see how that goes in Cirque. But yeah, I would say for most players, going full Minstrel or Givers is probably the best bet, because you can also play that as a tank or as a non-tank. Harriers I would only play if you're not the tank. Yeah, that's probably support angle here. Let's swap to support just to make sure my team gets more value from me if I play support. I felt stuck in Mud on Luminary. They have to come to me. I don't know. I feel like Luminary has quite a nice amount of mobility if you play like aggressive picks and stuff. I don't know. It's just me though. I like the Luminary design. I think it's after the changes that they made after the beta event. I think Luminary is for me a mobile class while also being like aggressive. I think it's a really good pick overall. Yeah. Okay, maybe we get some kills here. Who knows? Who knows? So it's almost time. I teased it the whole stream. Now it's finally time, coming up very soon. We have a special guest here on stream today. And we will do a summary of the dev stream of yesterday and share our opinion. That's the most important part. So we have a small collab here on stream. You have the chance of being here as well. So yeah, hopefully you will enjoy that. I will try to answer questions in chat as well. Just be a bit more focused on like having like a podcast style in the next few minutes. And yeah, we will see how it goes. And it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting. I love your content. Glad I'm able to catch a live stream. I hope 2026 keeps you well. I hope so too. I hope so. Glad that you're here and wish you the same. I think 2026 is off to a good start. Yeah. No, it's not Mugluk. It's sadly not Mugluk. I would really like to talk to the big content creators of Guild Wars 2 like Mugluk as well at some point. But it's not an unknown person for some people here. It will be Sylvari Reaper. So yeah, we will do that in a couple, hopefully any time now. And we will start the talk here. Yes. I'm really scared to do some tier 4 fractals and feeling now I have the IR for them. Do I just send tier 4s or do I try and perfect tier 3 first? No, just send it, go tier 4, go in. The group skill will get better, you will have more fun and get more loot. I think it's just go in tier 4 if you can as early as possible. It's not as scary as it sounds. Just go in. Yeah. Yes, don't worry. I will also, if it's a good talk and if people like it, I will also upload it to YouTube. So don't worry about it. Future, if you want to watch it later, then we will also make a nicely edited version of this, so to say, small podcast on YouTube as well. So don't worry, we will get you there as well. Yeah, I hope this will be good. Okay, so let me quickly set it up, and I will be back in a second and talking to you. I can hear you. Can you hear me? Okay, let me quickly set it up for the chat as well. So hopefully the chat will hear it in a second. So quick feedback. Can you hear Sylvari Reaper if he talks? Yes, very good. So I'm of
you
course
on stream right now too?
I'm streaming as well, yes. So nice that you had time.
Okay.
Yes, welcome. So hopefully that's everybody hears it now. Very good. And yeah, so quick question at the beginning here. How did you like the stream and the blog post? Are you excited for the coming things?
Yes, I'm actually very excited since I'm very new to raids. Like I got into raids like a lot recently
Yeah.
because of the coalescence ring. I was gonna delay or like stop making coalescence since we have a new ring coming,
Yeah.
and I didn't like the new ring look, so
I mean,
I went for coalescence.
even if you don't like the look, you can always, so to say, deactivate it. I think that's also worth considering. But
Yeah, but like I rather have like another effect on my character
totally
than
get
not
that.
at
Totally
all.
get that. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And I think even the
Um.
coalescence will get easier with the update. I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Yes. Very. Also, I have like a full set of legendary raid armor, like precursors.
Yeah.
And
Exactly.
I think with the new changes, like it's gonna be very easy to get those legendary insights
Yeah.
for them.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's actually quite good that you have, so to say, a bit more of a new player style, so to say, to raids by the veteran that has like played raids for the last 10 years to some extent. So we can both share our opinions on what the new update will bring. So it's quite exciting, I would say. Yeah.
Yes, I really love that you can right now get legendary insights without doing hardcore raids. Like you can do just the quick play. It'll be slower, yes, but for a new
Exactly.
player who haven't done like raids before, they can just do those strikes,
Exactly.
which are called raids right now, and
Exactly.
get those every week. Also, the rewards are really cool. Like the rewards are
Yeah,
really
I
good.
agree. Yeah, I would say let's start by trying to also summarize the points that they made in the blog post and the dev stream, so that people that didn't watch it, that they can actually get the information from our talk here as well, while we also always tell them what we actually think about it. Yeah. So I have a short list. So let's start by talking about what actually is happening with the merge, because I think a lot of people might not know what that means. So just for currently, we have raids, we have strike missions, and they are completely separate. But this will change. They will be merged into one thing. And they will be called raid encounters. So this will be clearing up the confusion by a lot. Do you agree? I think that's helping. Yeah. And I also think that the rewards will also help a lot, because you have only magnetite shards. That's the only thing that is mattering after this update. Nothing else. Oh my god. Yeah. So, do you think that's a good thing? Do you as a new player or as a player that got into raiding recently? Do you think that's helping the scene?
Like the whole merge.
The magnetite shards, and that you just
Oh
have.
yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. It's less like currencies that a new player would worry about,
Yeah.
because right now, like it used to be very chaotic.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like a new player, when a new player come, they don't even know what's a strike, but
Exactly.
they are used to the term raid. So when they merge them together, I think it's a good thing, and
Yeah.
merging the rewards and the currencies together. To be honest, Guild Wars 2 have a lot of currencies,
Absolutely.
and I hope like they unite a lot of them. You know, unite a lot of currencies need to be united. To be honest.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's the first step, and I think they should continue to doing so. Yeah.
Well, the only thing I didn't like about the quick play thing, want to talk about, is
Sure.
when like they decided to merge and put like a quick play on, they didn't put any old raid in the quick play.
Yeah. Yeah. It's an interesting decision. Yeah. I think it's more technical than it's actually they didn't want it in there. I think they want it in there, but they
Mm.
just didn't have the time or the resources to do so, which is a bummer for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, like
But
they could have like put like raid one encounters, for example.
yeah, exactly.
Those are easy.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a little bit, I hope they still continue updating it. I hope they really do. Yeah. Because that would help a lot if they just improve it over time.
They
But yeah,
said that in
they
the
said they will
stream
try.
yesterday.
Yeah, yeah. They said they
Yes,
will
yeah,
try, but it doesn't mean that they promise
they will.
anything. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
So we will
It's not
see.
their
I hope.
priority, I guess.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. So, do you think the UI? That's the next big point that they showcased. The UI is, for me personally, I think it's clean. But do you agree that it helps you as someone that is like currently trying to get all the raids done. Does it help you as well, or is it just something for me that I just got bored of the old system?
For me personally, I think it's good. Like, also, it's a good thing. It's related to the old systems because like people are like used to those, like the same UI. They are used to them. Like,
Yeah,
also, it's pretty straightforward. There's not a lot of things. They are only like the important things to know. The
exactly.
difficulty, the raid encounters or bosses. Like,
Yeah,
it's pretty straightforward. I like it, and it's easy to read.
yeah.
That's all they need to do for a new player.
Exactly. So I think the barrier to entry should go down because you see the UI, you see, I can do this boss if I have that expansion. I can do this boss because it only has the difficulty scaling of 1 or something. I think that helps a lot. Yeah, for
It
sure.
also like it's organizes for you know
Exactly.
which boss is from which expansion and for which content.
Exactly.
So
Because that's
yeah,
for new player, it's so confusing. How do I get to this boss, and how do I get? What do I have to buy to get this unlocked? It's very confusing. I get those questions a lot
yeah.
on my stream. Yeah, for sure. That helps. And it's also showcasing the mastery. So for the people that are a bit scared, do I have the mastery unlocked to have ley line gliding for Sarah or something? Yeah, that is showcased there as well. So you
Yeah, it
should
tells
be,
you like
yeah.
you need that mastery. Yeah,
Exactly, yeah. And I also think for a veteran, even for a veteran, it's actually helpful because you can open it from anywhere now. So you can go into the raid portal from Mistlock Sanctuary Pass. You can do that from Lion's Arch Airdrome. You can, almost every single hub instance, you can open the raids. And as soon as someone in your squad opened it, players across all of Tyria that are in your party, in your squad, will get the pop up. This is a huge quality of life. Huge. I think. Yeah.
you don't have to go to the raid lobby anymore. Like
Exactly.
raid
And that's
lobby
not
anymore to
and
do
it's
it.
not only for raids, because also for Arborstone or for the Esprit Saga strike missions, you will also get this now everywhere, which makes it a lot less annoying. Yeah. For sure. Exactly. And another thing that I really like about this is that it also perfectly shows you the rewards. You know, it shows you did this boss already this week, which is really missing in the current iteration of raids.
I
I
used to
know
go to the kill proof
exactly.
website to know
Exactly.
what raids I done. Yeah,
There are some tools like Killproof, or like you could like an Arc DPS plugin that works, sure, but it's not in the game. And for a new player, that is definitely something that is missing. And even for a veteran, I don't like to go outside of the game to check what I did in the game. You know, if you look at Fractal dailies, you can just open it and see it. You cannot do that for raids, and now you will be able to do so. It's awesome. Yeah, for sure. Exactly. Yeah, and chat is also agreeing, by the way, with me here. So it's not only me. I hope you see that as the same. Yeah.
yes, I
Yeah.
know. It's a huge quality of life.
Yeah. Exactly.
Sometimes like I do certain raids and I forget about them,
Yeah.
and I have to go to kill proof. Oh, what do I have to do this week?
Yeah.
What legendary insights should I get from what wing? And
Especially
yeah, it's kind of annoying.
especially you did actually you need it right now because you want to get the legendaries. You know, it's for me it's different. I don't care about the legendary if I missed one or something. You know, legendary insight. Yeah. But for someone that actually wants to get the ring as fast as possible or something, that's definitely something that is annoying if you missed it. Yeah.
Yeah,
For sure.
yeah. I'm like 8 legendary insights away from making coalescence right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah. Close. So next week for sure.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Next week and the after it, I'll go for the raid legendary since they become easier right now.
For sure. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, okay, we are already talking a bit about rewards. Let's talk about the actual reward changes. We already teased that the magnetite shards will be the main currency. That is the only thing that will be coming. But there will be other things as well. So we get weekly achievements and we get daily achievements. That will be very interesting. So what do you think about this new daily system?
The rewards are pretty straightforward and nice, and they give you like a goal to chase every day,
Yeah.
and they're kind of like more interesting than, for example, fractal dailies. So
Yeah.
yeah, I think the rewards are good for me personally.
I think it makes it definitely easier to have a live pack scene as well. because right now, a lot of times you have a really big spike of people playing on Monday because the rate reset on Monday. But after that, no one is really interested to play raids again because the rewards are just, to be honest, like really bad. But now you get at least told to play like another Guardian, another, I don't know, Lagos, just to get the daily from this day and get another legendary insight plus another box of their loot chest. I think that's good. That's just helping the puck scene, helping everybody that wants to get allies. I think it's overall a good feature, and they should have probably implemented that in like, I don't know, 8 years ago. Yeah.
I think they really help people who really love raids to get rewarded for doing raids that they already done that week, and the whole like raid of the day achievement. I think it's really good because it gives you something to do, like as a raid player. Even if you wanted, like, for people who wanna train or learn more about the raids, they can do that raid of the day achievement and get rewarded for it.
Especially because at the same time they take away the daily rewards from Icebrute Saga strike missions, for example. Because right now you get the blue profit shards, but they will be gone. You don't get daily blue profit shards or magnetite shards from, for example, Bone Skinner anymore. So that means that you have at least another replacement to get those. However, I also want to add, I'm not sure how they do it with the essence chest, so where you get the eternal ice shards and stuff. I'm not completely sure. They didn't mention it, so we will have to see how that one works. But either way,
Maybe
I think
they'll like keep it because it's not.
I
really
hope
related
so.
To
I hope
the
so,
raid
yeah,
thing.
because it's definitely not related. But who knows? You know, maybe they say we want to make it more streamlined so that people know everything in raids is weekly based. I would not guarantee that it's not the case, but I hope so as well, because I play it almost every day, and I think I would be really sad to not have the ability to do so, or at least not get anything anymore for it. Yeah.
Ice shards, the ice shards are really important.
Exactly.
You can turn them into currencies. You can turn them into legendary, like ascended amulet, and salvage it.
Exactly.
You got a lot of features. And speaking of like rewards, they also like added new mentor rewards.
Yes, absolutely.
From what I watched.
Yeah.
That means like experienced players can mentor non-experienced players, and both of them get rewarded for it.
Yes. And they even thought about this achievement a bit more, because right now it's like you have to have someone that didn't clear the encounter before, I think. And they changed this now so that it has to be someone that didn't clear the encounter this week yet. Gives you also a bit of progress with the achievement. Gives you more progress if you have someone that is new, completely new. But it will also make it so that you don't have to find a player that never did Veil Guardian, but you just have to find someone that actually never did it this week, and you will get some progress there as well. I think that's a really smart change.
It incentivizes like old players or experienced players to actually help new players.
Exactly.
Because right now you have no reason to help, or like a lot of people do them. Yes, a lot of people do training runs. A lot of people do teaching for CMs or normal raids, but they aren't really incentivized for it. They don't get rewarded for it. They just doing it out of their good faith.
Exactly. Yeah.
So it's a good thing right now. They're gonna be rewarded.
Absolutely. And I think it's also really nice, a nice title to chase as a veteran, because it's actually like a fun title, because you know you actually helped someone else as well. It's not just something that you unlocked for your account, but it's also something that you actually helped someone else getting better at the game as well. It's really cool. Yeah. And talking about it, we also have like new achievements that are not mentor achievements, but we get eternal achievements, so that you don't have anybody die in the whole raid wing, added to all the old raid wings as well that don't have that yet. That is a fun thing for people that want to get more titles and stuff, for sure. At the same time, we also get the new achievement that is called, I think, Infallible, so that you don't go into downstate in a single encounter. I think that's really cool as well. What do you think about that? Do you think that's something that is on your radar, or do you think that's not happening anytime soon?
I think the first thing that came in mind is, does like /GG count for the achievement or no?
That's interesting, yeah.
Because that happens a lot in raids.
Yeah. I think it would be quite annoying if that counts. Yeah.
That does like /G counts as downstate, or
Yeah, that's
I
true.
think they should like remove it, because like a lot of people skip a lot of things with /GG or
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. But I think it should be like that you have to at least get, for example, if you do Doom CM, you will do it once without going into downstate, just
oh
from the
god,
beginning of
that's
the fight to the end. I think that is an interesting achievement. Like, I like that.
that's gonna be so
Yeah.
hard for
But
people.
it's interesting, you want to have an achievement spread for easy achievements and harder achievements, and I think that's a cool type of achievement to you see someone with that, they actually know what they are doing to some extent. I think that's cool. I like that. Yeah,
I think if someone want to chase that achievement, they should go full Necro Squad, because they have a lot of HP right now. You can and
I
still
think
do a lot of damage.
as far as I understand, I think the eternal achievement means that no one else is allowed to die, but the other achievement where you're not even allowed to go into downstat, I think that's only for yourself, as far as I understand it. So
Yeah.
it's a little bit easier to get than if you would, so to say, have your whole squad not die. Yeah, at least so. Maybe I'm wrong there. Maybe that's not how it works, but I think that's how I understood it. Yeah,
So you only have to worry about yourself.
exactly. Yeah, we will see. We will see. Nonetheless, it's nice that they add achievements, I would say.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And what do you think about the other rewards? You're not into that type of player yet, but you will achieve that if you enjoy raids. What I think you do. Do you like this that they add more things so that you can put your legendary inside your magnetite shards into the raid god title? Do you think that's something that you will go for after you got your legendary?
Yes, for sure. Like even like as a non like experienced raider, or like someone who didn't do raids a lot, I'm interested in them, because there's even 15 Mystic Clovers every week you can get.
Exactly.
There's a couple of nice rewards. Also have a guildie with like over 10,000 legendary insights, even I
Yeah,
think.
that's crazy.
And he
Yeah.
would use that. He would use those things,
Yeah,
because he right now they're kind of like useless. You can't do anything with them.
exactly.
The
Yeah.
legendary insights.
I think it's
He
nice to
finished
have
all
that.
the
Yeah.
legendaries. Yeah, he finished all
Yeah.
the legendaries from raids, so he needs to get rid of those currencies
Yeah.
somehow.
I think it's not like that it's like making you rich or anything, but it's definitely something that makes you feel like worth your time to play more raids. Yeah. That's
Yes.
good.
One of the things gives every infusion in the game. So I'm kind of worried
That's
about my
that's interesting. Yeah.
pinata infusion.
That's
Like I have a
really
pinata
interesting. Yeah.
infusion,
I saw that and
and
I thought, oh my God, do they really introduce like those gambling boxes for everybody now? That's
they
crazy.
know internet knows what they're doing. They know people love gambling,
Yeah, it's true. It's
and
absolutely
they
true.
put all the infusions in one place. And now I think I'm gonna have to sell my pinata infusion before they get so cheap, because of people. A lot of people
I
having
don't
them.
know. I have to be honest. I think the drop rates are so low. And as far as I understood it, I think it's only one per week. So you cannot buy like thousands of the boxes and increase your
Ah,
chances.
it's one per week.
I'm
Oh,
pretty
that's
sure it's only
interesting to
one
hear.
per week. Maybe I'm like maybe someone in chat actually knows it, but I heard that. I'm pretty much like certain that they said that. Because otherwise you could have like just spent all your legendary insights that you have gathered, like 10k as your friend, and spend it and maybe get lucky. I'm pretty sure they want to make it. It's a weekly merchant exactly. I think
Ah,
it's
I
pretty
see.
much it's one per week. Yeah, yeah. But you can still get lucky. Don't get me wrong. Some people
Yes,
just need one
so
try. Yeah,
yes, exactly. Like, don't forget, thousands of people gonna buy it every week,
exactly.
so
Yeah. So I
it
think
is
it's
gonna
it's a,
affect the
it's
market.
and it's a good thing. I think it's nice to have like a long term like sync that people are always interested to buy. Yeah, for sure. But now let's talk about the big skin in the room. What is with the mount? Do you like the mount skin? I think you're a mount skin enjoyer as well. What do you think?
It's a perfect mount for a necromancer.
Yes, and it's also
It's really
like so
perfect
doom
mount for
fitting.
necromancer.
It's really nice. Yeah.
Yes, yes. Like for someone who really love the Seven Reapers skin, which is like
Exactly. Yeah.
inspired by Doom, like the
Yeah.
whole Doom raid, they need to get that mount skin. Looks
Yeah.
really cool.
How
It's
do you
kind of like a
think?
mix. mix of Dark Monarch and
Exactly.
Seven
Yeah.
Reapers skins.
Yeah. Do you like the acquisition method?
Yeah, no, to be
No.
honest, no.
Okay.
But like I respect it
Okay.
because we need more things that are very hard to get. We need
Yeah.
more things that people need to chase that not a lot of people own.
Yeah.
So
That's
when
true.
you see someone with that skin, that means that person grinded like Doom CM so hard.
Yeah.
And
It's
from
a
what I
prestigious
been
reward.
told,
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
from what I've been told, from what I know, Doom CM is one of the most annoying encounters in the entire game. From what
I
my raid commander told me, it's very annoying to do
I think
Doom
it's
CM.
one of the nicest designed bosses, to be honest. I really like this. Like it's just something running in your screen and you have to dodge it. It's like a little bit of
Yes.
PvP style in PvE. I think it's such a fun idea. But I agree, it's probably not the easiest CM. But I think that's nice because that incentivizes people to actually engage with the challenge modes, which they normally might not do at all. And now they have a reason to actually engage with it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's kind of like a whole new type of legendary.
Yeah, exactly.
Because let's say like you see someone with generation 2 legendary in the open world, you know that person grinded the hell out of the game to get that legendary. But if you see someone with Oreen legendary, they just bought it or they just grinded it easily, like
Yeah,
because
exactly.
it's very easier than generation 2. So yeah, like I think the method for me is bad, but I respect it because
Yeah, I agree. I think
makes
that's
it
true.
worth it to get.
Yeah. So for the people that might not have seen the live stream, I quickly summarize how it works. So every time you kill a Doom CM, Lagos CM, or Saros CM, those three CMs will get a specific loot drop, and they will not be weekly gated. So you can farm it 24/7 if you want to, and kill Doom like I don't know 200 times a day, and get 200 rolls at the loot at the chance of getting this infusion, not infusion, this mount skin. And if you get lucky, you will get it. It's not sellable on the trading post. It's not buyable anywhere. So you have to get lucky with doing Doom CM. Nothing else works. That's good and bad, like we mentioned here. So we will see. Maybe you get lucky and do it in one try. Yeah.
It would be cool if they add like a pity system to this thing. For example, let's say someone did it 1,000 times and didn't get the skin. That
Yeah.
would be so horrible.
I'm with you there. I think that will be horrible. But at the same time, I feel like if you add a pity system, it becomes more of a chore, that you have to do
I
Doom
agree.
all the time to just increase the amount of tries that you get it until you reach 1,000. I think I see both sides. I can understand ArenaNet. I can understand people that say pity system should be there. We will see. Maybe in the future, but I think they are pretty much certain that they will not do that for now. Otherwise, they would have implemented it, I would say.
Also,
Yeah.
like the infusion on Deimos looks really cool. The red infusion that they showed.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think it looks really like not too flashy, and that's what I like about this infusion. Yeah, because if you look, for example, at like there are a lot of infusions nowadays in the games that are like making just your character glow or making it a dark shadow or something. But this one is just like a little. There is a something there. Yeah. And that's what I like. I like it, but it's also it's a grind. You will not get it that fast. Yeah, let me tell you that. Yeah,
Yes.
I hope
I
they will
think
add that to more.
the Deimos one I might go for. The Deimos infusion I might go because Deimos CM is not that hard. Not
Yeah,
the
especially with
same
the
as
current power level for sure. Yeah. I think that's good. You don't need to have every single try-hard CM having only those having the good rewards. I think it's good that some of the easier ones also have that. In the end, I hope they do that for every CM, to be honest. But who
yeah.
knows? Who knows? It depends a bit on their resources. Yeah. And what do you think about the leaderboards? Talking about leaderboards. Is also something for veterans that will be introduced for challenge modes only. Do you think that's a good idea? Do you think that no one cares? What do you think about
I
it?
think a lot of people care. Actually, I think a lot of people, especially veteran players, seeing your name on the leaderboards. I think a lot of people gonna start sweating on raids right now, like doing raid CMs most of the time, or it's gonna give veteran players mostly, because I don't think like new players would go for leaderboards.
Absolutely, yeah.
Give them a reason to keep on doing raids, or like get them better at raids, not doing them the easy way.
Yeah.
Because a lot of like static raid squads right now, they have like a way or have tactics to do raids,
Yeah.
which make the raid easy for them. But right now, I think they're gonna have to change the tactics to become more efficient,
Yeah,
to
we will see. I
compete with
think
other people.
it will be definitely an interesting aspect if people just like grind a specific challenge mode boss, not because it gets like good loot potentially, but just because they want to be on top of the leaderboard. I think that's a really
Yeah,
interesting design. Yeah. I liked it. I probably will not engage with it, but I will look and see what others are actually doing. So I will look engage with it this way, I would say. Yeah. Yeah.
I forgot to mention one thing about quick play. Um,
Sure.
Having the ability to for all the squad members to do marks,
Yes.
like
Yes.
you are like a squad leader. It's gonna be so funny to watch.
Yeah, hopefully it will not result in chaos and everybody just marks everything all the time and you don't know where to move. Because
It is gonna be, because people love trolling, like
yeah, that's true.
when they
That
have
might be the
the
case.
ability.
Yeah, that's true. But I hope I still believe in the good about humans. So let's see if that's not not negatively affected after that. But yeah, so quick play will give you all, so to say, the ability to be the commander, to make tags and stuff, and say, okay, move there, move to arrow or something. But I have to be honest, with the current things, we have 8 bosses in there. So, for example, Bone Skinner, Old Lion's Court. We have, I think, Doctor. So those bosses are in there, but I think they don't need that much organization. So I think that's a nice feature for the future, but I think it's not that common that you say on Bone Skimmer, please mark north. I think it's not necessary. Yeah. But it's nice that they've thought about it, for sure. Yeah. What do you think about the unique buff that we will get for quick play?
It's pretty OP, like
Yeah.
lifesteal and
It's also
scalable
scaling.
damage.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, scaling, yes.
So that will be very interesting to see, you know. So speed running quick play, you know, playing a full DPS build and
Yeah, you can just go like fully DPS Reaper and just solo the counters.
probably, yeah. I mean, you can already solo Bone Skinner on Ritualist, for example.
Yes, yeah,
So
Ritualist, yeah.
it will not be a big problem to do that in quick play. Like I can tell you that much. But I mean, that's not the goal of quick play, to make it challenging. It's nice as an introduction, I think. So yeah, I liked it. I'm still a bit surprised that they didn't introduce like some kind of tutorial for boons, you know, because quick play should ease you to get into raids, but there is still this like rather steep learning curve between going from open world, where everybody's playing whatever they want, into raids where you have to have somewhat of an organized squad. And quick play doesn't let you organize, or doesn't need you to organize the squad. Do you think that's a problem, or do you think that's okay?
I think they should do that on the the first tutorial of the game, not on raids.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. So you would say
like people need to learn about boons since the start of the game. So
that's true. Yeah.
they would have like an idea.
So you think it's not necessarily a raid issue; it's more like a game tutorial
The
issue
whole
in
game
general.
issue, yeah. Yes,
Okay.
exactly.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think that's fair. Yeah.
Also,
That's
what I thought, like when they said that we're gonna give a buff to people to do the encounters easily, I thought they're gonna give boons to everyone, the whole boons of the game to everyone. That's what I thought it's gonna be, not
Yeah.
like another buff.
Yeah, it makes a bit confusing because raids already have the emboldened buff sometimes if you do that. And then you have in quick play a different kind of buff, and then you have boons. So I think it's like, again, a little bit like we mentioned earlier with the currency, which has a lot of different currencies. I think it's the same for the buffs now, that new player just, what is my buff bar? It's like, what is all of that? So I think that's not really helping in that regard, but I can understand that the new buff is helping in quick play specifically. Yeah.
It's kind of like became like Elder Scrolls Online. And you have like a whole list of buffs on your screen, and you don't even know what they are.
Yeah, that's true.
If you ever played that game.
Yeah, I saw it, but others played it, and I saw how like crazy it can become. It's even more crazy in terms of buffs than Guild Wars.
Yes,
which is
you can have, like,
impressive.
30 buffs at the same time.
Exactly. So what do you think about that? You get magnetite shards and especially legendary insights from quick play. So you could actually get your legendary armor almost from only quick play. What do you think that's a good thing, or do you think that's hurting the prestige a bit?
It's not really hurting because don't forget you're gonna have to do normal raids to get your achievements.
Exactly.
Yeah. You're gonna have to go and do normal raids to get finish the first achievement, and then the second achievement. Then you're gonna get the precursor, and then you're gonna grind for the legendary insights. So it doesn't really hurt the prestige. It's just makes it easier to get legendary insights, to be honest.
Exactly. Yeah, I think it's like making it so that it's not as stressful for a new player, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
They can just finish the achievement on normal, then slowly get the legendary insights while they are farming materials.
It's not the fastest way, definitely, to quick play.
You can get like 150 in like a long time. Like
it takes a while. It takes a while, yeah. But it's okay. I think an open world player does not always need to have the fastest way to get the armor. Maybe they just want to get the skin eventually. And I think then it's good for them. Yeah, for sure. But one other reward that we get with quick play only, with, like, let's say, with some changes there, but relics, the new relics, we get 6 new relics. We don't know how good they will be and what they will be, but they will be exclusively from quick play, with the exception that you can also buy them as usual from a vendor in the Visions of Eternity maps or from PvP and World vs. World reward tracks. Do you think that's a smart way to get people into quick play?
Well, look, one more way to get relics is always welcome.
Yeah,
we are kind of limited in getting the relics right now, so
yeah, that is true.
Another way to get relics, that's good. Also, we need like a really good power relic. Right now, the power builds are very limited in terms of relic. If you want to like have a power build, you either go with the relic of fireworks, relic of the claw, or eagle. We need a power relic so badly in the game.
I hope there will be like more choice, that you don't have always use the same relic on power builds. Like if you have some CC, you use claw relic. I think there should be some choice that you can go for this relic if you know that there will be, I don't know, some range required and you deal more damage if you also move, I don't know, something, you know, some kind of relic that makes it a bit more interesting and not always use the same relic that's just a straight up damage buff. I think that's a little bit less interesting. But I think that is not we don't know. We can talk about it when the relics come out, and we can talk about it again, but I don't know anything about the relics, so we cannot talk about it. I just find it good that they acknowledge that some players just want to get the relics without playing the quick play, and I think it's good that they make it available for you as well without playing the quick play. I think that's a smart move, for sure.
There is actually like a thing that gives you damage buff 5% when you are moving. It's a food.
Yeah, it's the seaweed salad or something. Yeah, seaweed salad. Yeah. That is true. I think that's really interesting, but it's not worth it over the ascended food, I think. Yeah.
If I would like say, if I wanted a relic, I would want a relic that lets you buff auto attack builds.
That is true. Yeah. We have only one power-based relic that actually makes sense, which is the Eagle relic, which gives you 10% damage buffs against targets below 50%.
Yeah.
And
actually, that's meta right now in Convergence. A lot of commanders tell their whole squad to run that relic because it's very OP when the Convergence, the boss, is under 50%.
Yeah, it makes sense, yeah. Yeah, either way, I think I'm looking forward to the reveal of the new relics. I don't know when that will happen. Yes. Maybe we'll get surprised and we will see it on the 3rd of February when the patch launches. Maybe we get some news before then. Who knows? I'm excited either way. And what do you think about the future of quick play? Do you think like the weekly achievements, the increase to like making more quick play features, making more raids in there, do you think that will help and keep quick play interesting for the future? Or do you think that's now a spike in the beginning and then people will not play it that much anymore?
I think they need to keep updating. They need to keep updating it. And from like, if they are like gonna keep giving us new raids or new raid content, they need to start putting the old raids in the quick play so people would learn them or have an idea about them.
Yeah,
They need to do that.
get access to them if they have never seen, for example,
Yes.
Wing 4, because it's such a nice like atmosphere in there. You know, the whole Wing is awesome. The story is really good.
Yep.
And some open world players never encountered that and they missed out. And that's really sad. And I hope that quick play would fix that. It didn't. So hopefully that will be added in the future. Yeah, for sure.
Raids are full of lore, even.
Exactly. Yeah.
A lot of people, a lot of times I do raids and my guildies or like my squad, they tell me about the lore of the raids. From one of my favorites is like the Doom Wing.
Yeah.
And I heard something like I used to love the god Grinth, but now I despise him because he left Disamina and ran away like a coward.
Yeah.
And Doom kind of killed her, I think, from what I remember.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much story in raids, and the storytelling is also completely different than normal story in Guild Wars 2 because it's really baked into the encounters. But players might not encounter it if they just play open world, and that's a little bit sad. So I hope that quick play would fix that people get access to it, and I hope that Arena Night actually puts the effort in and it really makes that work. Yeah, because quick play is nice and all if it's using the strike mission bosses, but they're already quite easy and they're already quite accessible compared to raids. And hopefully they will change that everything is accessible.
I hope so. Also, not even like not only like the raid quick play. I think even the fractal quick play should need like an update.
Yeah, that would be even better.
Add more like fractals to it.
Yeah, that's a good point actually. I did not think about that yet, but I think the fractal quick play is really good for new players. But I think in the end it should have probably most of, if not all of the fractals in there. Ideally, yeah.
Yeah.
And I also think like, do you think the raid quick play has, so to say, less or more incentives for players to play it than the fractal quick play?
I think less. I think the encounters aren't. If you're doing like fractal quick play, you are chasing legendary.
Yeah.
Like a whole legendary piece.
Yeah.
And
a free one at that.
Yes, and you're also chasing the other weights of that legendary. Because you can farm for the other weights by doing quick play.
Yeah.
And also infusions. You got the color infusions for your character.
Yeah.
And people love their fashion. And from what we know about the Guild Wars 2 community, people love their fashion.
Absolutely.
So chasing quick play just for like a color infusion, that's what a lot of people would do, including me.
Yeah. No, I think you're right there. I think you're right there. But the question is, do they acknowledge that and do they think, okay, we know that quick play raids is not as attractive, we have to make that more attractive? Or do they think, okay, we have implemented it now, the response in the community was not as good and we will leave it as it is? I hope the first is true. I really hope so.
I think they would give a change or give it something interesting.
Yeah.
Add to it. But right now, like, I'm really excited that they did this whole thing.
Exactly. I think it's the thing is, we always have to mention that it's just a start, I hope. And the start is already amazing. Yeah. So hopefully
it's always welcome. Like
exactly
a change or a start is always welcome.
Yeah. I'm just hyped, even though like quick play is not something that I would say is necessary for me specifically, but I'm already like still enjoying playing the game with my new player friends, and I think that makes sense. I think everybody is happy about adding new stuff to raids. Do you think
it's gonna reduce the anxiety or like the fear of raids from now on?
Exactly.
To people, if like a quick play was like 5 years, like 7 years ago when I first started the game, I would have been experienced in raids and would have done them all.
Yeah,
Not only this year or like the year before.
yeah,
So yeah, they're gonna like. It's a good thing for new players, especially.
yeah, absolutely. So before you started raiding, you were mostly playing open world, I guess. And
Yes, mostly open world.
did you, how would you now feel if the next update is like, it's not giving you any new map, any new story? Yeah, it's just the raid boss and the quick play. Do you think that is like upsetting the open world community, or do you think they will actually embrace it and go into the raids to try them out?
Well, for me personally, I don't really care a lot about like a new map, or I'm still even discovering old maps. To be honest, I'm still getting things from old maps, and
Yeah,
um, I already like found my best place in the game, Heart of Thorns maps. I'm always there, literally.
yeah, agree. Yeah,
So I don't really care if they add new maps, or as long as there's something interesting to do in that map. There's like something to get from it.
yeah,
I don't really care, to be honest, but I know like a lot of people would want new maps, new content.
yeah. I think you have to at some point, make some sacrifices. You cannot get everything every patch. Yeah. So
Yeah, exactly.
so I think the open world community can still, even if they don't want to engage with any of the new features, they can engage with fashion templates. And I think they can also engage with the next map that comes in May or something. Yeah. I hope.
Hopefully, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think that
Speaking
is,
about the new maps, new map,
yeah.
it would be really interesting, and I would hope so if you got like somehow of an underwater map.
Okay. Yeah, we had that today in stream as well. But how would you implement that? Like, what would be wouldn't there be have some kind of combat update as well coming with it?
I don't know, but like a lot of people thought that maybe when you get legendary breather, maybe we're gonna get like an underwater map.
True. Who
But I
knows?
know from what I know, a lot of people hate underwater combat, so
Yeah, I think the
not
community
really
is
sure they're gonna go for
quite
that.
torn. Yeah, quite torn.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
I would take it either way, but I think it will be somewhat like the first map in Visions of Eternity, that it has some water, but it has mostly land
Has
combat.
some land,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
yes.
I think that's the most likely scenario, but I have no clue. Maybe we're going completely in a different direction. Who knows? Yeah.
Someone in chat said underwater combat is awesome. If you're, that's exactly most of the reason people hate underwater combat is because of the profession. Some
Yeah.
professions are really bad underwater,
Yeah.
but let's say necro and ranger, the skills underwater are really good.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, it's so funny because most players do play underwater, like during the map exploration in Corteria, and that's
Yeah.
probably about it. And I think that's why I think it's a little bit outdated, the combat underwater, because the balance is like non-existent. Some of the attacks are not even working underwater. Like it's
Yes.
so
I think Herald doesn't work underwater.
yeah, exactly. There's so many weird things with underwater, and I think they need to fix that if they really want to do an underwater map. But who knows? I never say ArenaNet doesn't do any something, because you never know. They are always up with some surprises, bad
They're gonna
and good
surprise
ones.
you, yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Bad and good, yes.
yeah. That's how it goes. Yeah. But either way, I think that was a really nice talk. Thanks for joining today. And I
Oh,
think
thank you so much. I'm
yeah.
glad you do.
Yeah, it
I
was
was looking
awesome. I think
forward to it.
yeah, exactly. We can also, if we can see what we want to do in the future, if the chat likes it, we can do it more often. Yeah, I mean,
Yes, we should do more talks for sure.
exactly.
Yes, I
Yeah,
really enjoyed this.
yeah.
Thank
Thanks
you
for
so much,
joining.
man.
Yeah, thank you very much, and wish you a nice.
Stop to Syrma, everyone,
Yeah,
and like
sure.
his video.
Exactly. See you. Have a nice day. Yeah, thanks for joining.
Thank you.
So yeah, it was nice. I think it was a nice talk. I mean, I don't know if you liked it, hopefully as well. And it was a very long stream today for me as well, but I had a blast. I mean, my gameplay was shit, so I was mostly focused on the on the talk. I hope you forgive me there, but it was fun. I think we had a really nice debate, or not debate, but like just summarizing it and giving like some impressions, opinion on that. And yeah, I mean, if you like that, and we can do that more often, we are all the content creators. Most of them are really happy to talk to each other, so we will hopefully do that more often if you're also up for that. But yeah, I think that was fun, and like I said, if I get the time around doing it, I will also do a YouTube video if you missed some parts of it. Don't worry, and also make some nice edits. So, for example, that you see the UI and stuff, and don't just hear me talking about how nice and clean it looks and then see my missing UI. So we will see that. Yeah, glad you liked it. Yeah, nice, very good. But either way, I think that's also the end of today's stream. Like 20 world versus world ranks, that's not too bad in one stream. I like that, not too bad. Yeah, I hope Mighty Teapot talk. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like I said, I would be up for that. Yeah, absolutely. We want more of this. Being new to Guild Wars 2 and having played many MMOs in the past, I feel like creators of Guild Wars 2 have way too few collabs, talks, and podcasts together. Yeah, I think that's. I would really like to do that because it's also for me way less. I can share opinion and someone answers. There's way more interaction going on than me making a video about a topic, talking to my screen for 10 minutes or 20 minutes or 30 minutes, and then I get comments. I think it's way more engaging if we actually can convince the other of a different opinion, share some other thoughts that you might have forgotten. I think that's really the beauty of having active conversations. And even better if I can make it on stream, because then I can read your comments as well, and maybe you bring something up that I have forgotten. I think that's awesome. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there was a raid update, yeah. Or there will be a raid update coming on February 3rd, but more on that in a future video in coming later today, maybe. We will see. But either way, thanks for joining today's stream. I had a blast. Thank you all for your support and just the nice discussions, questions, debates. And I wish you all a very nice weekend, nice day, and hope to see you in the next stream. Thanks for watching. See you around.